The term Dark Ages, originally used to describe the perceived cultural, economic, and social decline in post-Roman Europe, carries an additional meaning in this context. A darkness born not out of collapse but of obscurity. In many regions, including northern Britain, the historical record becomes increasingly difficult to trace. Caledonia is a prime example. During the period of Roman occupation in Britannia, the northern territories remained largely beyond Rome's effective control. While Roman forces did make expeditions into the highlands, their long-term presence was confined to the area between two defensive frontiers, Hadrian's Wall and the lesser-known Antonine Wall to the north. Beyond these fortified lines lay tribes and communities the Romans collectively labelled as barbarians, peoples outside the empire's reach and cultural framework. As Roman authority in Britannia receded, the historical picture grew even more fragmented. It is into this shadowed landscape of Caledonia that the Picts first emerge in the written record, mentioned in late Roman sources as a distinct and, at times, troublesome presence. This elusive group gradually rose in power, eventually dominating the far northern and eastern reaches of the island, extending their influence across much of what would later be known as Caledonia. Their legacy endures not only in written accounts and archaeological traces, but in the very landscape where they once held sway. It is to these places that we now turn as we journey through some of Scotland's most fascinating Pictish sites, exploring who these people really were, what life might have been like for the ordinary person living in Pictland, and learn more about the hidden world they left behind, from a modest collection of material artefacts and a series of enigmatic monumental stones that are scattered across the Scottish landscape, whose full meanings continue to evade interpretation. Although little remains of this once powerful people, by examining the few surviving sources, from the latest archaeological discoveries to the material culture the Picts left behind, we can begin to shed light on what they never tell you about the Picts and attempt to answer one of Scotland's most enduring historical mysteries. Who were the Picts? Bede's account of Pictish origins is echoed in the Pictish Chronicle, which was a legendary record of Pictish kings compiled in the late 10th century, some 2.5 centuries after Bede was writing. This so-called Scythian foundation myth, while intriguing, has long been regarded by historians as a literary construct rather than a reliable historical account. It's also worth noting that Scythia, a Roman geographical term, may have referred not to the Pontic-Caspian steppe, as often assumed, but rather to the southern part of Scandinavia. If so, this might be what Bede had in mind when mentioning the Picts' supposed origin. Regardless, beyond the obvious mythical elements of the Scythian story, recent genetic research has cast further doubt on the idea of an exotic migration. A 2013 study extracted genomes from individuals buried in Pictish-era cemeteries in Fife and Easter Ross. These were then compared with genomes from other Iron Age Britons and modern Scots, particularly those in areas once part of Pictish political domains. The results were clear. Using allele frequency and haplotype-based approaches, the researchers were able to firmly place the genomes within the Iron Age gene pool in Britain and demonstrate regional biological affinity. In other words, the Picts were genetically native to Iron Age Britain, undermining any lingering claims of a foreign origin myth from Scythia or elsewhere. While the Pictish Chronicle repeats Bede's tale, it also adds its own flourishes. It introduces the legend of the 7 children of Crunya. Crunya was the mythical founder of Pictland. He is said to have ruled for 100 years, with each of his 7 sons reigning after him. The names of these sons corresponding to the 7 provinces of Pictland: Fib, Fidach, Fortriu, Cat, Se, Fotla, and Circe. This tidy correspondence between the sons and the regions is naturally suspicious. It likely served a political purpose, possibly to legitimise the expansionist efforts of the Kingdom of Fortriu, which was the most powerful Pictish kingdom. Naming territories after eponymous founders was a common theme in early medieval literature. Taken together, this suggests that the Picts were not foreign invaders, but rather the indigenous population of the area that rose to prominence in post-Roman Scotland. The term Pict itself only enters the written record in the early medieval period. Earlier Roman authors, such as Tacitus and Ptolemy, described these northern regions as being home to a variety of Brittonic tribes. Ptolemy, for instance, names the Caledonii, Vacomagi, Decanti, the Texali, the Verciriones, and the Venicones. Tacitus gives an account of the Roman victory over the Caledonians at the Battle of Mons Graupius in 83 AD, where a Roman force under the command of Agricola won a crushing victory against a Caledonian host. While the location of this battle is hotly
I was able to make better
most sites lie in Aberdeenshire, north of the River Dee.
With shovel that has no efficiency, you can easily convert the coarse dirt back into normal dirt, with all the items neatly being collected down in the chest below. But before we use the new keybind change, it'll work better if we add in a bit more automation. We're going to have a crafter that will be automatically convert 3 blocks in 2 different places, then removing 2 blocks off to the side, then placing in a double chest with a hopper pointing into it, then a normal rail on top with a hopper minecart on it, then place a sturdy block right here. Now with the coarse dirt put into your offhand, with your main hand holding a diamond or netherite shovel that has no efficiency, you can easily convert the coarse dirt back into normal dirt, with all the items neatly being collected down in the chest below. But before we use the new keybind change, it'll work better if we add in a bit more automation. We're going to have a crafter that will be automatically converting dirt as well as gravel into coarse dirt. And then we're going to turn this crafter into a simple automatic crafter, which is one of the designs that I showed in my video where you can make an auto crafter for every single recipe in the game of Minecraft. Then we'll have hoppers on both sides that will feed in more gravel and dirt, with comparators on the back sides of those that are both toggled to subtraction mode, then blocks in front of those and redstone dust, which will push their power into another block that will go into this repeater on fold and then into 2 redstone dust, so we can make an unlimited amount of dirt. And this smart automatic crafter will continue to craft until it runs out of items, but will never lose the initial recipe layout that's inside the crafter. Now with it cranking out tons of coarse dirt, all we have to do is fill up our inventory so that all the items on the ground will only get picked up by the offhand if there is room in it. And now when we start converting, you can see it automatically refills the offhand so we can AFK even longer. But to prevent the items from flying all over the place, we're going to place some blocks around it with a wooden pressure plate in the middle. This will make it so that the auto crafter won't keep producing items if I haven't picked them all up yet, as the pressure plate will lock the adjacent crafter block. So now when I AFK, it will only produce more when I need it. Now the final touch is to make the system only throw out items when the player is there, which we can do with just a little bit of redstone. Now when you finish and pick up the last item, it won't keep throwing out more. So we're now ready to run the machine at full speed. We're just going to put in some extra storage here so we can put in more dirt as well as more gravel so we can AFK even longer. If we really wanted to, we could even take the new dirt that we just produced and pipe it back up to the dirt that's going into the top chest, as every time it goes through the system it will double the amount of dirt at the cost of needing some gravel, which you can hook up with your piglin bartering system in order to get tons of gravel, or you can just use my simple sand generator, which will produce you an infinite amount of gravel. Now speaking of the falling block duper,
the small mountain of Benahi being a possible candidate. This is significant because it places the battle within what would later become the heartland Pictish political power. It seems likely then that the Picts emerged from among these earlier tribal populations. The Verturiones, first mentioned in the 4th century, are unmistakably Pictish in later sources. Their kingdom, known by its Gallic name, Fortriu, was based in the northern Pictish zone around modern-day Forres and Inverness. During the early medieval period, kings of the Verturiones appear to have dominated Pictland politically. Historian James Fraser argues that the fading of a broader Caledonian identity, compared with the endurance of Fortriu, highlights the pivotal role this kingdom played in shaping a distinct Pictish identity. However, Fraser casts doubt on the idea of there being exactly 7 Pictish kingdoms. Bede offers his own perspective, dividing Pictland into 2 zones, north and south, separated by the mountainous region known as the Munth. He asserts that by the 730s, the southern boundary of Pictland was at the Firth of Forth, and that the south was dominated by a single consolidated kingdom made up of multiple regions. In contrast, Bede regarded the northern zone as politically fragmented, with 2 or more kingdoms vying for supremacy. It's quite possible that during Bede's lifetime, the southern kingdom below the Munth was politically dominant. The Munth being the old medieval word for the Grampian Mountains. But powerful kings also reigned in the north. In his hagiography of St. Columba, Adomnan recounts Columba's journey up the Great Glen to visit Breda, son of Melkon, a Pictish king whose court lay near modern-day Inverness. Breda ruled from around 554 to 584 AD, and his status is underscored not only by Columba's visit, but also by Bede's description of him as Rex Potentissimus, a most powerful king. It's worth noting that the name of this king appears in several forms across different sources, and you'll hear it pronounced in many different ways. Bride, Breedy, Broody, and in latter Gaelic traditions as Bruda. However, since the Picts didn't speak Gaelic as their primary language, and their own original language is now extinct, the authentic pronunciation has been lost to time. So in this video, purely for clarity's sake, I've chosen to use Breda to describe this Pictish king. It's not a definitive reconstruction, just a consistent and accessible choice for the telling of this story. Breda's kingdom, Fortriu, centred in what is now Moray, appears to have been the political heart of Pictland. Another key question is where exactly the Picts lived. Fortunately, we are not entirely reliant on legend to answer this. While it remains unclear whether the Picts were a single political entity or a collection of shifting regional powers, archaeological evidence places their presence firmly across the north and east of Scotland. The myth of Cruinnia's 7 sons may be symbolic, but the territories it describes align closely with the distribution of Pictish material remains. One particularly significant site, remote, dramatic, and rich in archaeological insight, lies just half a mile away from the iconic Scottish stronghold of Dunnottar on the northeast coast of Scotland.
One of the most significant breakthroughs in recent Pictish archaeology has been the identification of defended settlements dating from the late Roman Iron Age and into the 5th and 6th centuries AD. Among these, the site of Dunnottar here stands out as a key discovery. Today it survives only as a crumbling sea stack on the Aberdeenshire coast, just south of Stonehaven, but in antiquity this promontory was the location of a high-status fortified settlement. The first recorded encounter with Dunnottar occurred in the 1830s when, as the story goes, a local gravedigger reportedly told a group of boys that there was gold on top of the sea stack. Now, motivated by curiosity or perhaps poverty,
They climbed the rock in search of the treasure, but what they found was a different kind of treasure. Instead, they found carved stones, Pictish symbol stones, which they unwittingly threw into the sea. Now, these carvings represent the earliest known discoveries from the site, and indeed among the earliest examples of Pictish symbols ever recorded. It was not until excavations conducted by the University of Aberdeen between 2015 and 2017, under the direction of Professor Gordon Noble, who is kind of like the Indiana Jones of Pictish archaeology, the true significance of Dunaker began to emerge. The archaeological work revealed the heavily eroded remains of a promontory fort, defined by a timber-laced rampart and a cluster of internal structures, most of them severely truncated by centuries of coastal erosion. The wall discovered by the boys in the 19th century was, in fact, a surviving fragment of the southern rampart. Finds from the excavation included Roman Samian ware, coarse pottery, glass fragments, and a rare deep blue hemispherical Hofheim cup, possibly a diplomatic gift or the spoils of raiding. The presence of such imports far north of the Roman frontier suggests a well-connected and elite community. Domestic artefacts including spindle whorls, quernstones and metalworking burnishers provide evidence of a sustained occupation. Radiocarbon dating places the site's main period of use firmly within the Roman Iron Age, from the 2nd to the late 4th century AD. The rampart and the carved stones embedded within it date to the 3rd and 4th centuries. But what makes Dunaker particularly important is its rarity. Forts are common in the pre-Roman Iron Age, and a number reappear from the 5th and 6th century onwards. But examples from the intervening period are exceedingly scarce. Dunaker occupies this very gap, standing as an early and unusual example of a fortified site that predates the widespread appearance of high-status Pictish settlements in the post-Roman era. In this sense, it may represent a prototype for the defended elite strongholds that later defined Pictish political power. The fort's coastal location with bays on either side would have been ideal for maritime activity. During the barbarian conspiracy of 367 AD, Pictish raiding along the Roman frontiers was conducted on a scale that would have required seaborne coordination. Promontory forts like Dunaker and others along the east coast of Aberdeenshire, Angus and Fife may have served as staging points for such operations. By the 6th and 7th centuries, maritime power had become a central feature of Pictish rule, with sources noting the presence of a Regulus of Orkney at the court of King Breda. Such accounts suggest a far-reaching naval network extending across northern Scotland and the Isles. And what remains of Dunaker today is stark. The stack stands isolated, battered by the North Sea, its summit now a fragment of what once existed. The erosion has been relentless, with large portions of the headland lost to time. Only a narrow section of the original rampart survives, along with the worn bases of structures that hint at domestic occupation. Evidence suggests that the site was abandoned by the late 4th or early 5th century, possibly in response to environmental instability or strategic organisation. Occupation may have then shifted inland to Dunnottar, which is around 1 kilometre to the south, where fortification continued into the following centuries.
Given the meagre settlement remains uncovered in Pictland to date, it's likely that we've significantly underestimated the scale of settlement and indeed the complexity of society that existed in eastern Scotland during the first millennium AD. There is some tantalising evidence pointing towards the centralisation of settlement during this period, but whether this reflects permanent year-round occupation or instead more specialised, perhaps seasonal use, remains to be determined. Over the past few years, new archaeological evidence has come to light indicating far larger concentrations of settlement than previously recognised. At sites such as here at the monumental Tapo North in Aberdeenshire, which is the largest Pictish site ever discovered in Scotland. Earlier conventional survey work had suggested that a few hundred house platforms were located within a defined enclosure section of the hill fort. However, LiDAR surveys, which involve laser scanning from an aircraft, along with detailed photogrammetry surveys that stitch together hundreds of drone-captured photographs into 3D models, have revealed that the lower fort area may contain significantly more house platforms than previously believed.
These surveys indicate there could be at least 800 platforms in total, making Tapo North one of the densest known settlement sites in northern Britain. The structures within appear to date primarily to the late Roman Iron Age, roughly between the 3rd and 6th centuries AD, though further excavation may yet broaden the chronological range of the site's occupation. If even a small percentage of these platforms were in use at the same time, it would suggest an almost town-like population, a scale of settlement that challenges long-held assumptions about early medieval Scotland. The hill fort of Tapo North, with its extensive surrounding settlement remains, looks down upon an elite centre in the valley at Rhynie. Was this a major population hub supporting an early royal centre below? Or did Tapo North serve a more specific purpose? Or could it have functioned as a seasonal or episodic gathering place? The limited historical references we do have suggest that assembly sites were often used for periodic gatherings, occasions for legal decision-making, dispute resolution, and community deliberation. These events could also encompass religious festivals, trading markets, horse racing, communal drinking, gaming, and even ceremonies of royal inauguration.
In regard to the language of the Picts, they undoubtedly spoke a distinct tongue, separate from that of their neighbours. Bede himself listed it as one of the 5 languages spoken in the British Isles, alongside English, British, Irish, and Latin. Moreover, the hagiographical life of St. Columba, compassed by Abbot Adovnan of Iona, tells us that Columba needed an interpreter when communicating with the Picts, specifically during his journey along the Great Glen to the court of the Pictish king, Breda. At one point during Columba's travels through Pictish lands, a peasant and his entire household were said to have embraced the faith after hearing the word of life, preached through an interpreter. The man, along with his wife, children and servants, was baptised. Broadly speaking, several competing theories exist regarding its classification. Some propose it was a Gallic tongue, others that it was Brittonic, and a few suggest it belonged to a more ancient pre-Indo-European group. The first 2 views dominate scholarly thought today, with near universal agreement that Pictish was a Celtic language. The primary question is whether it belonged to the P-Celtic or Q-Celtic branch. This distinction stems from the 2 lines of development within the Proto-Celtic language. P-Celtic refers to the Brittonic languages such as Welsh, Cornish and Britain, while Q-Celtic includes the Goidelic or Gallic tongues like Irish and Scots Gaelic. In modern terms, these linguistic divisions are clearly defined, both by language and geography. However, applying these categories to a much earlier period, before such distinctions had fully formed, proves very difficult. Supporters of the P-Celtic theory point out that the language likely spoken in what became Pictland during the Roman period was a variant of Brittonic. In the 19th century, antiquarian George Chalmers, after studying Pictish king lists, concluded that Pictish and Brittonic were essentially the same. Later, Celtic scholar Whitley Stokes, after examining the Irish annals, argued that Pictish had strong similarities to Welsh. Further weight was added through place name studies in former Pictish regions of Scotland, where William J. Watson found evidence suggesting a dominant P-Celtic linguistic presence. On the other side, as previously discussed, some propose that the Pictish language was Q-Celtic, essentially an early form of Gaelic, perhaps from the ancestor of modern Scots Gaelic. However, Scots Gaelic contains a substantial number of Brittonic loanwords. This suggests that even if Pictish was not P-Celtic, it was heavily influenced by Brittonic. It is precisely this noticeable Brittonic layer that leads historian James Fraser to propose that the language referred to by Bede may have been the dialect spoken by the dominant Verturian elite of Fortriu, a Brittonic language partially Gallicised over time through prolonged contact with Irish and Scottish Gaels. Language by nature is fluid and complex, especially when viewed through the fog of many centuries. It may well be that P-Celtic and Q-Celtic both evolved from a shared Proto-Celtic root within the British Isles, and that, at the time, speakers of each could likely understand one another. It is not difficult to imagine a scenario in which the rising political dominance of the Gallic kingdom of Dalriata from the 8th century onward led to an increasing influence of Q-Celtic features in the Pictish tongue. By the 7th century, the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Northumbria, formed through the unification of Bernicia and Deira, stood as the dominant political force across the British Isles. Its territory stretched into south-eastern Scotland, reaching as far north as the Firth of Forth. It's highly probable that Northumbrian influence extended even further into the north, with the Picts likely acting as tributaries to Northumbrian kings, well beyond the catastrophic defeat of King Egfrith at the hands of a Pictish ruler, Breda, at the Battle of Dunnectan in 685 AD. Despite that loss, Northumbria remained a significant political player in southern Scotland for some time afterward. To the west, the Gallic kingdom of Dalriata, spanning the western coastline of Scotland and parts of County Antrim in modern-day Northern Ireland, reached its zenith in the 6th and 7th centuries. Ongoing border clashes with Pictish kingdoms are a consistent theme in the annals of Dalriata's history. Eventually, it appears that the kingdom fell under Pictish domination during the 8th century. This process of consolidation ultimately culminated in the merger of Dalriata and the Pictish kingdom of Fortriu, which together would form the medieval kingdom of Alba in the 10th century. Earlier we examined how Pictland was likely composed of multiple smaller kingdoms. There's evidence, for instance, of a kingdom existing in Orkney, one that may have been subordinate to the kings of Fortriu, at least during St. Columba's visit to the court of the Pictish leader, Breda. Among these various realms, however, one kingdom features most prominently in the historical record, the kingdom of Fortriu.
Standing here at Burgh Head on this dramatic headland jutting into the Moray Firth, we find ourselves at what many scholars now believe is one of the principal power centres of this Pictish kingdom of Fortriu. The sheer scale and sophistication of the fort that once crowned this promontory, along with its commanding views over the surrounding coastline, strongly indicate that Burgh Head played a central role in the military and political apparatus of early medieval Pictland. It's within this wider context that we can begin to understand the emergence of Fortriu as the dominant force among the Pictish realms. As we've already discussed, the early medieval territory of Pictland was likely a patchwork of smaller kingdoms. Evidence suggests, for instance, that there was a distinct Pictish kingdom in Orkney, which appears to have fallen under the sway of the kings of Fortriu, at least during the time of St. Columba's visit to King Breda, son of Malcolm. But above all others, it's Fortriu that dominates the historical record, with its fate often appearing virtually synonymous with that of the Picts themselves. It's no exaggeration either to say that Fortriu formed the very nucleus of Pictish political authority throughout the early medieval period. As previously mentioned, the Virtuoriones, first recorded by the Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus in the 4th century, are believed to have been the tribal group who founded Fortriu, likely centred here around the Moray Firth. The term Virtuoriones may derive from a Teutonic root meaning fortress people, which is quite fitting considering sites like here at Burgh Head. Meanwhile, the 6th century Irish annals, including the Annals of Ulster, use the term Fortran, from which modern historians reconstruct the name Fortriu. Etymology aside, the kings of Fortriu appear to have achieved significant political control over the majority of what we now consider Pictland during this period. The process of consolidation, unfolding from the 6th century onward and fully realised by the close of the 7th century, is often termed the Virturian hegemony. Though our sources are fragmentary, they consistently portray Fortriu as a kingdom of considerable stature. Most revealing is the way its kings are treated by the contemporary chroniclers. In the late 6th century, St. Columba, founder of the monastery at Iona, journeyed to the court of Breda, son of Malcolm, according to Abbot Adovnan's Life of Columba. Breda's capital near River Ness likely corresponded with Fortriu's heartland. While not explicitly named King of Fortriu, in the text, all geographical indicators suggest that Breda's realm was the precursor to that kingdom. Columba's decision to personally visit Breda's court itself is a testament to the power of the Pictish king's authority over northern Scotland. Particularly fascinating is Adovnan's reference to the presence of the King of Orkney at Breda's court, implying an overlordship that extended beyond the mainland. This suggests that even by the late 6th century, Pictish rulers like Breda were already exercising a broader regional dominion. Further still, Bede's description of Breda as Rex Potentissimus and Irish references to a migration of Gaels fleeing from the son of Malcolm during the 560s hint at a conflict with Dalriata and underscore Breda's active role forging a dominant political position, one that would evolve into the Virturian supremacy. By the final decades of the 7th century, that supremacy appears to have solidified. It was Breda, son of Beli, ruling from 671 to 692, who is the first monarch explicitly identified as the king of Fortriu. This was a different Breda than the one we have been discussing. This was a later King Breda. Under his leadership, the authority of Fortriu extended decisively southwards to the Firth of Forth. His crowning achievement came at the Battle of Dunnecton in 685 AD, where he dealt a crushing defeat to the Northumbrians. King Egfrith of Northumbria, who was also Breda's cousin, was killed in the encounter, and his army routed, significantly curtailing Northumbrian dominance in Scotland and confining it south of the Forth. It's widely thought that prior to this turning point, the kings of Fortriu may have served as subordinate rulers under Northumbrian hegemony. But this decisive victory, likely fought near Loch Inch, marked the emergence of a new independent political order. Even before this, in 681, Breda launched a campaign against Orkney, reinforcing the image of a king intent on consolidating and expanding Fortriu's regional supremacy. As historian James Fraser argues, it's quite plausible that it was these very kings based here in the Moray Firth area who were instrumental in the formation and promotion of a Pictish identity, distinct and unified under their rule.
In 697, Adovnan of Iona convened the Kine Adovnim, a treaty providing legal protection for non-combatants, particularly women and children. This major inter-regional meeting drew participants from across Ireland and Scotland. Notably, the only Pictish king to sign the treaty, aside from the bishop St Cureton, was Breda, son of Derley, king of Fortru. Again, this is another Breda, different to the ones we have been discussing. His signature affirms his role as the principal political authority in Pictland, capable of enforcing laws agreed upon at such high-level diplomatic gatherings. Far from diminishing, Fortru's power persisted well into the 8th century. Kings such as Angus, son of Fergus, would later build on the foundations laid by Breda, expanding Pictish influence even further and asserting dominance across much of what is now Scotland. Although very little of Pictish culture survives, which has perhaps contributed to their mysterious image, archaeology has uncovered a number of Pictish artistic artefacts. The most prominent of these are the monumental stones found across northern and eastern Scotland in historical Pictish areas. Generally dated between the 6th and 9th centuries, these stones display a variety of designs and patterns. Some even feature Ogham inscriptions, and they vary greatly in size and style. Many of the later examples are recognisable as Christian crosses or gravestones, reflecting the Christianisation of the Picts. Theories suggest they may have served as territorial markers, clan symbols, or memorials. Of particular interest are the distinct Pictish symbols carved into many of the earlier stones. These include designs such as the double disc and Z-rod, or the crescent and V-rod, the meanings of which remain entirely unknown. Similarly, the so-called Pictish beast, with its elongated head and peculiar form, appears on both carved stones and Pictish jewellery. It has been compared variously to dolphins, seahorses, elephants, the mythical Kelpie, and even the Loch Ness Monster. Theories surrounding the beast range from a political emblem to a religious symbol, but whatever it represented, it clearly held significant meaning for the Picts, as evidenced by its frequent appearance. Metalwork is the other major category. Metalwork is the other major category of surviving Pictish art. Silver items in particular make up a substantial portion of these remains. In 1919, a hoard of Roman silver, apparently looted and cut up for redistribution, was discovered at Trapperin Law. A still larger hoard was found at Norris Law in Fife in 1819, which included pieces of Pictish origin. Among the finds was a 7th century silver and enamel plaque bearing the Z-rod motive. Unfortunately, much of the hoard was sold off and melted down by the person who discovered it, leaving us only to guess what remarkable Pictish objects may have been lost. Another example of Pictish silverwork is the large double-linked white clwch chain, also decorated with the Z-rod, one of a group of 10 such chains discovered to date. There is also evidence that the Picts practiced tattooing. Tattooing was apparently widespread among Iron Age cultures in Britain and Northern Europe, although most of the evidence is literary rather than physical, and therefore open to debate. Ancient sources describe various tribes decorating their bodies with patterns and designs, though it remains uncertain whether this refers to tattoos or merely to temporary body paint using dyes like woad. Julius Caesar in the Gallic Wars wrote of the Britons, "All the Britons indeed dye themselves with woad, which gives them a bluish colour and makes them appear more terrible in battle." The Latin term picti, meaning painted, and derived from pingere, to paint seems to refer to this body decoration. The term appears in the historical record in the year 297 AD in a panegyric speech of praise to Emperor Constantius, which included the line, "A nation which was then primitive and accustomed to fight, still half naked, only with pix and hiberni easily succumbed to Roman arms." Despite the dismissive tone regarding their military ability, this is a significant mention. A little over a century later, the poet Claudian, in his Gothic War, described how Roman legions in Britain kept the fierce Scots in check, whose men had scanned the strange devices tattooed on the faces of the dying Picts. While this suggests tattooing, it is still unclear whether Roman writers were describing permanent tattoos or simply body paint applied with woad. Moreover, these descriptions likely refer to peoples who predated the formation of the Pictish kingdom that arose in the 6th century AD. That said, Isidore of Seville, writing in the 7th century, provides one of the clearest references to Pictish tattooing. In his etymologies, he writes, "Nor should we omit the Picts, whose name is taken from their bodies, because an artisan with the tiny point of a pin and the juice squeezed from a native plant decorates them with scars to serve as identifying marks, their nobility being distinguished by tattooed limbs." This would seem to be a fairly direct description of tattooing. However, as historian James Fraser notes, Isidore occasionally confused the Picts with the Scoti, so his account should be treated with some caution. Located at the northeastern tip of the Tarbet Peninsula, Port Mahomet emerged as one of the most significant religious sites in all of Pictland. During the early medieval period, it grew into a major religious and monastic centre. Excavations at the site have uncovered remarkable evidence of religious activity, including signs of metalworking and manuscript production, indicators of a sophisticated and industrious monastic life. Alongside other religious hubs like St Andrews, Dunkeld, Abernethy and Rosemarkie. This sacred centre of Port Mahomet demonstrates the depth of royal and aristocratic investment in the Christian faith among the Picts. When it comes to the religious beliefs of the Picts, particularly before their conversion to Christianity, we are left with very few certainties. The sources are sparse and often filtered through outside observers, but we can still piece together a cautious understanding of their spiritual world. It seems most plausible that the Picts practiced a form of Celtic paganism. Unfortunately, the belief systems of the Celtic peoples were never written down by the Celts themselves, so what little we know comes from external sources, primarily Roman commentators, archaeological evidence, and much later Christian chroniclers. These accounts are far from unbiased, but they suggest a polytheistic religion with a strong emphasis on nature, sacred groves, springs, and other sites of natural significance. Therefore, there was probably a group of religious leaders, similar to the Druids that were described by Roman writers.
Given the lack of direct evidence, the most reasonable conclusion is that the Picts, prior to Christianity, likely worshipped in much the same manner as other Celtic-speaking peoples across Britain and Ireland. Interestingly, in a 5th century letter written by St Patrick to a man named Coroticus, he referred to the Picts living south of the Munth as apostates, suggesting that they had at one point embraced Christianity before lapsing back into their older pagan practices. As for how the Picts came to convert, the process appears to have been gradual and multifaceted, much like what occurred in the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Missionary activity was a key driver. Irish Christianity had a profound influence on the early Pictish church. St Palladius, for example, is said to have settled in Pictland after leaving Ireland, and St Brigid of Kildare is closely associated with the village of Abernethy. Perhaps the most well-known missionary associated with Pictland is St Columba. Writing in the 7th century, the monk Adovnan describes Columba's journey through the Great Glen in the 6th century, all the way to Inverness, where he may have converted King Breda mac Melkond. Adovnan's life of Columba also recounts many incidents of the abbot preaching to ordinary Picts along the way, suggesting that Columba's mission may have had a broader impact on the northern Pictish society. Further south, St Ninian is credited by the Venerable Bede with converting the southern Picts, those living south of the Muth. Ninian was traditionally a Briton, and his missionary work, thought to have taken place in the 7th century, is also believed to have been instrumental in spreading the Christian faith throughout southern Pictland. Ninian was traditionally a Briton, and his missionary work, thought to have taken place in the 7th century, is believed to have been instrumental in spreading Christian faith throughout southern Pictish territories. The Irish were not the only external influence. However, the Pictish Church also had strong ties to Northumbria. During the reign of King Nectan, the king made a deliberate decision to align with Roman rather than Irish church practices, specifically the Roman calculation of Easter and the Roman tonsure, which was a visible sign of ecclesiastical conformity. This move appears to have curtailed the influence of Iona's clergy in Pictland and solidified the kingdom's connection to the broader Roman Church. The neighbouring kingdom of Dalriata, with its own Irish Christian roots and its economic and military ties to the Picts, no doubt contributed to the spread of Christianity as well. As with most historical conversions, the process was long and complex. It remains unclear whether it was driven primarily by elite conversion that filtered down to the population, or whether it found broader grassroots appeal. However, the geographical distribution of important religious sites suggests elite involvement. The Viking Age, conventionally said to have begun with the infamous assault on the Northumbrian monastery at Lindisfarne on the 8th of June 793 AD, marked a turning point in the history of the British Isles. Over the course of the 9th century, a growing wave of Norse seafarers made landfall on British shores, originating from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. What began as isolated raids quickly escalated into full-scale invasions, the most significant of which was the arrival of the so-called Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. This formidable host laid waste to the once dominant kingdom of Northumbria before pushing south to dismantle the Anglo-Saxon realms of East Anglia and Mercia. Ireland and Scotland were no safe haven either, and the Pictish kingdom found itself squarely in the path of Norse aggression. Initially targeted in coastal attacks, Scotland's territories soon saw increasing concentrations of Viking activity, particularly in Caithness, Sutherland and Galloway. Norse settlers also seized control of the Scottish Isles, and by the middle of the 9th century, it appears the Kingdom of the Isles had taken shape. The Pictish kingdom of Fortriu proved unable to effectively resist the advancing Norsemen. In 839 AD, the Picts suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Viking forces. While the precise details of this battle remain obscure, the Irish annals record a devastating entry. The heathens inflicted a defeat on the men of Fortriu, and Uan, son of Oenus, and Bran, son of Oenus, and Aed, son of Bunta, and many others, almost beyond number, were slain there. The reference to uncountable casualties strongly implies a large-scale conflict, possibly the culmination of a significant campaign. The sheer loss of manpower would have seriously undermined Pictish military and political strength. Yet perhaps even more catastrophic was the loss of high-ranking leaders, including Uan, king of Fortriu, his brother Bran, and Aed, king of Dalriata.
Whether Ayed fought in person as a subordinate to Uan remains unclear, but the magnitude of the disaster is undeniable. In one devastating blow, the Picts lost 3 major rulers. The death of Uan also brought an end to the House of Fergus, which had held sway over Pictland for the best part of a century. Viking pressure had not yet eradicated Pictish political structures entirely, but they had dealt them a crippling blow. While it might be tempting to regard the Battle of 839 AD as the final stand of the Picts, the reality is more complex. What followed was a period of instability, paving the way for the emergence of the House of Alpin under Kenneth MacAlpin. Though he retained the title King of the Picts, his reign and those of his descendants were marked by an unmistakable process of Gallicization. By the start of the 10th century, the realm was increasingly referred to as a different name rather than Pictland, and the Pictish language appears to have undergone a gradual process of Gallicization, likely set in motion centuries earlier. The dominant part of Pictland, Fortru, no longer appears in our sources after the early 10th century, after seemingly being divided into the regions of Moray and Ross. This kind of linguistic and cultural transformation is difficult to track in detail, but by the 11th or 12th century, the distinct Pictish identity had been completely subsumed by the dominant Gaelic-speaking Scottish kingdom of Alba.
In the wider Islamic world during the Middle Ages, there of course existed many groups of non-Muslim religious adherents. In fact, even though the Arab conquest took place in the 7th century, the Islamic world remained majority non-Muslim for centuries afterwards, for as long as up until the turn of the first millennium. And among this variety of communities, there were of course Christians of various denominations, Jews, Zoroastrians, Buddhists, and Manichaeans, among others. But one of the most mysterious and interesting has to be the so-called Sabians of Haran, or the Haranians, a group of people who seems to have existed for a long time into the far ancient past, but who also produced some of the most celebrated and significant scholars in the so-called Islamic Golden Age. So who are or were the Sabians of Haran? Before we start, I just want to remind you quickly that I just released a new song with my band Zini. It's called Tasting. You can find it on my other YouTube channel, Philip Holm. There's a video version there. You can also find it on all streaming platforms or wherever you find your music. It should be there. If you like alternative rock with influences from Middle Eastern music, then go check that out. Thank you so much. The term Sabian, or sometimes Sabian, is a contested and mysterious one, and there have been many debates regarding its meaning. It originates in the Quran, which talks about the so-called Sabi'un in various surahs alongside Christians and Jews as legitimate religions, perhaps even among the so-called people of the book, or the Ahl al-Kitab. For example, in Surah Al-Baqarah it says, "Indeed, the believers, Jews, Christians, and Sabians, Sabi'un, whoever truly believes in God and the last day and does good will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear for them, nor will they grieve." The problem is, no one really knows who these Sabi'un are. Even the earliest tafsirs or commentaries of the Quran make it clear that they were unsure of what this term was supposed to refer to. Some of the early Muslim writers argue that they were everything from a certain sect of Christianity to a completely independent religion that was similar to Christianity and Judaism and sometimes Zoroastrianism, and some even claim that they might have been just that the Sabi'un is simply a term referring to the followers of Muhammad, the converts to Islam at the time of the Prophet. So there are many different theories. Now, I recently made an episode dedicated precisely to discussing what the Quranic term Sabi'un means and the different theories about who they might have been and which groups were argued to be the Sabians across history and so on. So you can check that out before watching this one. But by the you can check that out before watching this one. But by the 10th century or so, the debate seems to have one of the central and most widely known aspects of Islam is its inclusion of other religious groups within its wider framework. While Islam is seen as the final and only fully legitimate revelation from God, and therefore religious law and religious system, it does recognize that other religions also carry truths, that they were also revealed by God but had gone astray from the original message and intention. Islam sees itself as a final correction that encompasses the truths and messages of all previously revealed religions. And this is the theological background to the so-called dhimmi system in Islam, that there are certain religious groups, particularly the so-called Ahl al-Kitab, the people of the book, but also generally, historically, most religious minorities have had the ability to be protected by law and free to practice their religion as long as they pay a tax called the jizya. And people have different opinions about this. Some think this is just a kind of extortion, while others see this as a unusually open attitude towards religious minorities at that time in history, especially as a central part of the religion's theological teachings in itself, so to say. But regardless of one's opinion about that, that has been a central aspect of Islam and Islamic history. And while in practice most non-Muslims who have lived in Islamic lands have been eligible for this protection and paying the jizya, as I said, the group that is guaranteed this treatment in the Quran and Islamic law are the so-called Ahl al-Kitab, or the people of the book. And this is a category taken directly from the Quran and refers to groups that are directly mentioned in that sacred text as religions that were revealed by God previously and thus have a certain level of legitimacy. Well known is the fact that this category includes Christians and Jews, and various other communities have been considered part of this category historically as well. But there's actually a third group that is mentioned alongside Christians and Jews in the Quran, but whose identity is a lot more mysterious and confusing. They are called the Sabi'un, often anglified as the Sabians. They're mentioned in several places in the Quran, all in very similar context, and again alongside Christians and Jews as people who, depending on how one interprets the text, are possibly allowed into paradise despite their non-Muslim status. In Surah Al-Baqarah, for example, it says, "Indeed, the believers, Jews, Christians, and Sabians, Sabi'un, whoever believes in Allah and the last day and does good will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear for them, nor will they grieve. And there are almost identical mentions in Surah Al-Ma'idah and Surah Al-Hajj, and in the latter we also get a mention of the so-called Majus, or the Zoroastrians. But who are these Sabi'un? I mean, Christians and Jews are pretty clear, right? There lived Jews and Christians in Arabia at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, so it makes sense they would mention them. They interacted with Jews and Christians, and these were widely known religions. Even the Zoroastrians were quite known. But who are the Sabi'un? Who are the Sabians in this context? This is actually one of the greatest mysteries of the Quran, because no one really knows what this word is referring to. It could, of course, be referring to some smaller group that existed in the Hijaz at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, who have since disappeared and memory of them thus waned. But there has in fact been a lot of speculation about the identity of these Sabians from the very earliest periods of Islam, and which have given many different answers. When we read the earliest writings of Muslim scholars who talk about the Sabians or mention the Sabians from the 8th century, maybe even the late 7th century, but mostly the 8th century, it becomes clear that no one really knows for sure, right? Even in the Quran tafsirs, the earliest commentaries on the Quran, again, this is clear that this is a kind of mystery even to them. And thus, in these writings by the early Muslim scholars, we get many different and varied answers and theories perhaps on who they think the Sabi'un actually are. And because of this ambiguity, where the original meaning of the Quran had been lost to memory, the term was basically up for grabs. Anyone could, and many did, claim to be the Sabians, and were equally claimed to be Sabians by Muslim scholars as well as by historians today. And in this sea of possibilities, we have many claims and many theories. One claim is that the category refers to the Hunafa, which was a term that was used to refer to certain pre-Islamic monotheistic believers in Arabia, followers of Abraham that were neither Christian nor Jews. Some will even claim that Muhammad was one such Hanif, right? A monotheistic believer, a follower of Abraham that was neither that was neither Christian nor Jew. There is another intriguing connection in the fact that there used to be a kingdom in ancient Yemen called the Kingdom of Saba, named after the Queen of Sheba. The people of this kingdom were known as Sabaeans, and later Christians associated with the region were often also referred to with this name. So this is one possibility that some people have pointed to. Maybe the Sabi'un refers to the Kingdom of Saba in southern Arabia, that some people came, maybe specifically a kind of Christian group from southern Arabia. One problem with this theory is that etymologically it doesn't really fit, because the Sabi'un in the Quran is spelled with a Sad, so Sabi'un, whereas Saba'a from the kingdom is spelled with a Sin, so it's a different root, a different letter combination. So this sort of points to this not being the case, maybe. The Manichaeans have also sometimes been brought up as possible contenders, but by far the two most widely considered groups that have been identified with the Quranic Sabians historically, both by Muslims and non-Muslims and even by the communities themselves, are the Mandaeans and the Sabians of Haran. Mandaeism is a fascinating religious tradition that still survives today. Indeed, it is often referred to as the last surviving quote-unquote Gnostic religion in the world. They claim a similar line of sacred history as the Judeo-Christian Islamic stories, and place an emphasis on the figure of John the Baptist as an important later prophet and figure for the faith. There's a strong dualistic character to their theology, being Gnostic of course, and ritually there's a huge emphasis on baptism and the power of running water as a kind of purifying force. They of course claim to originally come from Judea, around the Jordan River where John the Baptist was active, but for most of history they have been mostly located and active in southern Iraq or southern Mesopotamia. I've actually made an episode previously on this channel dedicated to the Mandaeans that you can check out, and I hope to also make a updated, more in-depth video on the topic in the future. Of all these connections and different groups that were identified as the Sabians by the Muslims and others, the Mandaeans might have been one of the earliest groups that was officially identified as the Sabians by Muslim scholars. As Sinasi Gunduz shows in a fantastic study on the topic, we can look at the earliest Islamic sources mentioning the Sabi'un, and we get a variety of different statements that sometimes even seem to be contradictory. Abdullah ibn Abbas seems to have claimed that the Sabi'un are a sect of Christianity. Mujahid ibn Jarir says that they have no distinctive religion but is, quote, in between Judaism and Zoroastrianism or Magianism. Hassan al-Basri supposedly says that they look like Magians, that is, Zoroastrians, that they worship the angels. Abu Hanifa says that they are between Jews and Christians and that they read the Psalms. It's a whole ocean of different claims, but by the middle of the 8th century, certain features started to be pretty recurring and interesting for our purposes here. The Sabians are recurrently located in Iraq, often in southern Iraq. They are between Judaism and Christianity or between Judaism and Zoroastrianism, hence perhaps having features associated with both. They believe in the prophets, though not all of them, obviously, according to Islam. They are monotheists and affirm the proclamation there is no God but God, just like the Muslims do. They pray 5 times a day, and they supposedly, quote, worship the angels. Now these are all features that point quite conveniently towards the Mandaeans. They were, as we said, mostly located in Iraq at this time. They are generally monotheistic. They could be argued to have similarities with both Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. In the Ginza Rabba, the sacred scripture of the Mandaeans, they are told to pray 5 times a day. They do read Psalms, and the idea that they worship the angels is somewhat supported by the fact that angels, the Malaika or Malika, or good spirits, are an important feature of the religion. So while it isn't stated outright, it seems that by the 8th century, many people seem to be identifying the Mandaeans as the mysterious Sabi'un of the Quran. And this would continue to be a popular attribution throughout history and still is today. It was even more firmly expressed and established in the 10th century in the writings of Ibn Bahlul, a Christian Arab writer. He writes in his Kitab al-Dala'il, quoting another figure called Abu Ali, quote, "A few of them came into my presence in the city of peace, that is Baghdad, in the days of my employment as secretary for Sarah, the daughter of Al-Mu'tadid Billah, may God have mercy on him, and my employment as secretary for her mother and for her sister Safiya. I had requested for Sarah's mother as an administrative land grant the site of Bayadir, known as the Jewish in Al-Ghamida, and Adil in As-Saliq, all of whose inhabitants are Sabians, so I investigated their situation and queried them about it thoroughly. I found that they professed the religion of Seth, son of Adam, peace be upon him. They say that he is their prophet. They acknowledge Yahya ibn Zakaria, that is John the Baptist. They have a book that they call the First Psalter, being 120 surahs, short and long. They pray with it. The direction of prayer is Jerusalem. They have books of precept, one of which is attributed to John the Baptist, and another to Seth, son of Adam. They do not believe in the resurrection of the body, but of the spirit, al-arwah. They have the recompense of the garden and the recompense of the fire. As for the chief and his disciples, they enter the temple every day. The common people among them enter it every Sunday after they have immersed themselves in the water and cleansed themselves." And he goes on. But it's already pretty clear that he's referring to Mandaeans and directly identifying them with the Sabians, who by this time in the 10th century has started being referred to as the Sabia rather than the Quranic Sabi'un. But part of what Ibn Bahlul is doing here is to argue that the Mandaeans are the real Sabia, as opposed to another group that were often called as such too. At the beginning of the section that we just quoted, he says, quote, Abu Ali, may God have mercy on him, said, "They are the ones by whose epithet the Haranians are called. They are the ones mentioned in the Quran. Their status as dhimmis is sound. There is no relationship between them and the Haranian pagans, nor is there any point of comparison in any aspect of their religious laws. Rather, they are distinct from them in every way. This other group that he's arguing are not Sabians are referred to here as the Haranians, and they are the second group most commonly identified as the Quranic Sabi'un. Indeed, from the time of the Caliph al-Ma'mun, so around the 830s maybe, they seem to possibly be the most popular theory among Muslim scholars, which is why Ibn Bahlul has to push back against it in this text. But he is arguing that these Haranians that many people think are the Sabians are in fact not the Sabians. That's what he's saying here, right? He's saying the Mandaeans probably are the real Sabians. The name Haranian refers to the city that they are from and associated with. Haran in northern Syria, which is part of the modern nation-state of Turkey. This was a place that had been important for the old Babylonian religious tradition, housing a famous temple for the moon god Sin. And it appears that despite the growth of monotheism in late antiquity, both Christianity and Islam, the people of Haran still held fast to their old religious traditions in a way that many other places in the region didn't. There seems to have been a fascinating remnant of Babylonian polytheism, and the Arab writers often refer to them as star worshippers in particular. Some of the most important early scientists and philosophers in the Islamic world were indeed from Haran and belonged to this group, most notably the court physician, mathematician, and astronomer Thabit ibn Qurra. There's also a really fascinating theory that Haran was a kind of hotbed for Neoplatonic and maybe even Hermetic philosophy that had survived after the closing of the Athenian Academy in the 6th century, that the last scholarks or leaders of the Neoplatonic school there, like Damascus, who had been forced to flee to Persia and then came back to the Roman Empire, that they had actually settled in Haran, and that it is in this city that the Neoplatonic school was actually carried forward and then handed over, so to say, to the Muslims or the Arab writers. Right? This is one very interesting theory, mostly rejected today, I would say, but still very, very fascinating. The Haranians are truly so interesting, right? And this is why I've decided to make a dedicated episode just covering the Haranians, or the Sabians of Haran, sometimes also called, where I will be diving deeper into this particular movement. Really, this video that I'm making now, this episode, is really just an excuse to sort of pave the way for me to make that video about the Haranians. So look forward to that in the hopefully very near future. In any case, the Haranians were also quite early identified as the Sabians, or the Sabi'un, at least from the early 9th century and around the time, as we said, of the Caliph al-Ma'mun. Or rather, perhaps we should say that the Haranians themselves had identified themselves as the Sabians. As we said before, being among the people of the book, or the groups mentioned in the Quran generally, meant that you were seen as a legitimate religion, and that you could practice it without any trouble from the Islamic authorities. So when the term Sabi'un was up for grabs, it was beneficial for groups to claim to be the Sabians, because that would give them legitimacy and freedom. This seems to have been the case for both the Mandaeans and the Haranians. Indeed, there is an interesting, albeit questionable, story about how this came to be. It's a story told by a Christian writer 70 years after the event happened, but it does say that the famous Abbasid Caliph al-Ma'mun was visiting or standing at the gates of the city of Haran. Obviously, the people of the city would have looked and dressed differently from what they were used to, so he asked what religion they belonged to. Now, they weren't Muslims or Christians or Jews or Zoroastrians, but had, as we've seen, a kind of religion of their own, and responded simply by saying, "We are Haranians." And when he asked whether they believed in the prophets or had any scriptures, they gave kind of vague, non-answers. Now, as a response to this, al-Ma'mun said that when he returned to the city next time, after a campaign that he was going to in the Byzantine territories, the Haranians better be Muslims, Christians, or Jews, or he was going to kill them all. Distraught over their situation, it is claimed that the Haranians then turned to a Muslim judge, a qadi, or a jurist, and asked what to do. He then told them of the verses in the Quran that we have quoted, and told them to just say that they were Sabians, which they then did. And thus they were able to escape the wrath of the Caliph. Now, while this is a quite fanciful story, the general picture it paints is probably somewhat true, in the sense that the Haranians probably chose to identify themselves as the Sabians in order to make their situation easier and more comfortable within Islamic law. And it might have actually allowed them to survive for a lot longer than they would have otherwise, because according to our sources, it seems that they were practicing or identifying Haranian Sabians as far into history as the 11th century. The Muslims and Arab writers were often fascinated by the supposed Sabians of Haran, but we unfortunately don't have that many descriptions of the religion other than the wider label of calling them star worshippers. One of the most famous accounts comes from al-Mas'udi, a kind of historian, geographer, and writer who claims to have visited Haran in the 9th century and gives us a very interesting description. Quote, This community, known as the Haranians and the Sabians, has philosophers. However, there are some of the common riffraff of the philosophers, differing from their elite sages in their doctrines. I consider them philosophers only by way of lineage, not by way of wisdom, because they are Hellenes. Not all of the Hellenes are philosophers, only their sages are the philosophers. Now, important to point out is that when he says Hellenes, that word, in Arabic it's Yunaniya, so when one would say the Hellenes, the Greeks, what that meant essentially was pagans. So that the word Hellene had come to be used in such a way that it basically meant polytheists or pagans. He then says, I saw on the door knocker of the gathering place of the Sabians in Haran a saying of Plato written in Syriac, of which Malik ibn Uqbun and others of them informed me of the interpretation. It is, he who knows his essence becomes divine. In Arabic, man arafa dhatuhu ta'aluhu. Plato has said, man is a heavenly plant. The indication of it is that he is like an inverted tree. Its roots are toward heaven, and its branches are toward the earth. Obviously, this is one of the main sources used by people who want to argue for Haran as this continuation of the Neoplatonic tradition. Having a quote by Plato seems to be a good indication of that lineage in some way, while others will disagree. But anyway, in any case, the Sabians of Haran continue to be among the most popular identifications for the Sabi'un of the Quran, or the Sabia. And when you read literature or source books, it will often refer to this community, the Haranians, as the Sabians of Haran. A very common attribution. Indeed, if there is one group that was maybe most widely accepted as the Sabians in the Middle Ages and perhaps further on, it was probably the Haranians. But don't quote me on that, but that seems to be the most common attribution. I should add, though, that by the 10th century, the term Sabians or Sabia had come to be used in a very wide sense as essentially meaning just pagans too, and it would be used as such for the rest of history. We can see this in, for example, the writings of Maimonides in his Guide for the Perplexed. He talks about the Sabians and very clearly sort of indicates that they are just the pagans more generally. Even in Al-Mas'udi, there's this indication in part of his writings where he clarifies that the Haranian Sabians are a category that he refers to as Egyptian Sabians, because there's a lineage there to Hermes and so on. Whereas there are Sabians of other regions that are clearly identified as Buddhists, for example, right? So Sabian could also come to mean just any pagan. But the point stands that if there was any particular group that was associated with the term, rather than its broad usage, it would have probably been the Haranians. But does this actually solve our problem? Well, not really. I would argue, and scholars would probably hold the same opinion, that it's quite unlikely that the Quranic Sabi'un is actually referring to the Haranians. It's more likely that they adopted this name themselves for practical reasons later on. Now, I would argue that the attribution of the name to the Mandaeans is a more likely option here, but even that is kind of guesswork. In short, we simply don't know for sure, and possibly will never know exactly what is meant by the Quranic Sabi'un. But there's another option that we haven't brought up, one that is favored by many scholars today, including Kevin van Bladel, and which is based on the etymology of the word itself and its use in the contemporary environment of Muhammad's Arabia. Indeed, scholars like Van Bladel and others point to the Arabic word sab'a, which was used at the time of the Prophet in Arabia and meant something like to change or to come out or to return. For example, this verb was used to describe the stars when they come out at night. It could also be used to describe a camel that returned home again, and importantly, for people who changed their religion. So it was said about people who had converted to Islam, or the believers movement of Muhammad, that they sab'a fulanun, they changed their religion. Indeed, according to hadith reports in places like Bukhari, it is claimed that the Prophet himself was called by his critics in Mecca a Sabi, because he had changed his religion from the old polytheistic one to his new monotheism. Quote, Rabi' ibn Ubad said, I saw the Prophet when I was a pagan. He was saying to people, if you want to save yourselves, accept there is no God but Allah. At this moment, I noticed the man behind him saying, "He is a Sabi." When I asked somebody who he was, he told me he was Abu Lahab, his uncle. According to Gunduz, there are two ways that this has been understood. Either the Prophet and those who joined him were called Sabi, or that they Sabi'id, so to say, to anglify it, because there was already a group of independent monotheists that were known as Sabi'un, and the Prophet and his companions were called this because their new religion resembled that one in some way, that this was the first association that people had to a non-Christian, non-Jewish, monotheistic religion in the region. The 8th century writer Abdurrahman ibn Zayd reports, quote, "The polytheist used to say of the Prophet and his companions, 'These are Sabians,' comparing them to them, because the Sabians who live in Jazirat al-Mawsili would say there is no God but God." Or the other option, which is that the term Sabi was used for the Prophet and others simply as a designation of those who had changed their religion. So in other words, if we follow this line of reasoning, it's very possible that when the Quran refers to the Sabi'un, it's simply referring to the followers of Muhammad, perhaps specifically to those who had converted from polytheism, as opposed to the Christians or Jews. Eventually, as the community of believers became more established and unified, the term Sabi'un would have eventually lost its relevance, since they were all believers and there were no more polytheists left to convert, so that the Muslims would have forgotten the context in which it was used in the Quran already by the late 7th and 8th centuries. It's a very intriguing theory and is quite convincing in my opinion. There are still certain questions left unanswered, and I'm not fully convinced of it that much more than I am of some of the others that we have mentioned, but it does offer some very tantalizing arguments. I think we'll just have to settle on the idea that we don't currently know who the Sabi'un of the Quran actually are. But that doesn't mean that we don't know anything about the different groups that have been identified as the Sabians, because we do know, at least some of them we know quite a lot about, and that is what I want to turn my focus to in the next video. So in my next episode, or one of the next coming videos, as I said, I'm going to be focusing on the Haranians, or the Sabians of Haran in particular. And I also want to make an updated, more in-depth version of the episode on the Mandaeans, both of whom, as we've seen, have been identified with the Sabians. So look forward to those episodes in the near future. For now, I hope this was an interesting dive into the question of the mysterious Sabi'un in the Quran. I'm sorry to say that we don't have any more certain answer than we do, but it's still a very interesting, very fascinating topic that really lends itself to a lot of interesting speculation and discussion. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I want to remind you that I just released a single with my project Zini called Tasting. It's a new song, rock-oriented, sort of alternative rock with influences and instruments from the Middle East, like oud and duduk and tambur. So if you're interested in that, then check that out. I want to thank all my patrons over on patreon.com who support this channel monetarily, and without whom none of this would be possible. Thank you, as always, from the bottom of my heart. I would appreciate if anyone else wants to become a patron, so I'll leave links to all of this. Everything that I mentioned is in a link in the description, specifically in my link tree. So follow my link tree and you'll find links to everything important. Everything you need to know is there, basically. You can also directly just follow me by checking out my socials on Instagram or TikTok, for example, or check out my other channel, Philip Holm, which is dedicated primarily to music. So that's where I post my music, like the new song, or content about music similar to my content on religion here. So if you're interested in music history, music theory to some degree, and my own music, then go subscribe to that channel. For now, thank you again so much for listening and for watching. I hope you are as excited as I am to dive deeper into the Haranians and other topics in the future. In the wider Islamic world during the Middle Ages, there of course existed many groups of non-Muslim religious adherents. In fact, even though the Arab conquest took place in the 7th century, the Islamic world remained majority non-Muslim for centuries afterwards, for as long as up until the turn of the first millennium. And among this variety of communities, there were of course Christians of various denominations, Jews, Zoroastrians, Buddhists, and Manichaeans, among others. But one of the most mysterious and interesting has to be the so-called Sabians of Haran, or the Haranians, a group of people who seems to have existed for a long time into the far ancient past, but who also produced some of the most celebrated and significant scholars in the so-called Islamic Golden Age. So who are or were the Sabians of Haran? Before we start, I just want to remind you quickly that I just released a new song with my band Zini. It's called Tasting. You can find it on my other YouTube channel, Feel It Palm. There's a video version there. You can also find it on all streaming platforms, or wherever you find your music, it should be there. If you like alternative rock with influences from Middle Eastern music, then go check that out. Thank you so much. The term Sabian, or sometimes Sabian, is a contested and mysterious one, and there have been many debates regarding its meaning. It originates in the Quran, which talks about the so-called Sabi'un in various surahs alongside Christians and Jews as legitimate religions, perhaps even among the so-called people of the book, or the Ahl al-Kitab. For example, in Surah Al-Baqarah it says, "Indeed, the believers, Jews, Christians, and Sabians, Sabi'un, whoever truly believes in God and the last day and does good will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear for them, nor will they grieve." The problem is, no one really knows who these Sabi'un are. Even the earliest tafsirs or commentaries of the Quran make it clear that they were unsure of what this term was supposed to refer to. Some of the early Muslim writers argue that they were everything from a certain sect of Christianity to a completely independent religion that was similar to Christianity and Judaism and sometimes Zoroastrianism. And some even claim that they might have been just, that the Sabi'un is simply a term referring to the followers of Muhammad, the converts to Islam at the time of the Prophet. So there are many different theories. Now, I recently made an episode dedicated precisely to discussing what the Quranic term Sabi'un means and the different theories about who they might have been and which groups were argued to be the Sabians across history and so on, so you can check that out before watching this one. But by the 10th century or so, the debate seems to have settled among scholars that the Sabi'a, which is the name that they had started to use by that time, was one of a number of religious communities that existed in the region at the time. And two groups were especially chosen as being the Sabians. The Mandaeans, who are a quote-unquote Gnostic religion mainly active in southern Mesopotamia/Iraq and is still one of the most popular. But the other group that was often identified as the Sabians from the 9th century or so, and who seem to have also identified themselves as Sabians, is the fascinating community in the city of Haran in northern Syria. This is what is today modern Turkey. The Haranians had a really unique religion of their own that was referred to by Muslim and other writers at the time, outsiders, as star worship. That's how it was characterized, which also might go back to ancient Mesopotamian religion, to Neoplatonism, and maybe even Hermeticism. And this group, the Haranians, the Sabians of Haran, is the group that we'll be focusing on today. Haran is a very ancient city, one that has played an important role for thousands of years. In ancient times, the city was part of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires, thus being part of the wider Mesopotamian civilization and cultural sphere. And it wasn't really a location on the fringes of society either. Indeed, Haran was the location of a major temple for the moon god Sin, and was thus a vibrant location full of cultural and religious activity, one that many different people would travel to in order to visit the temple primarily. And this is apparent later on in history as well, during antiquity, when it is reported that figures like the Roman Emperor Julian stopped by the city specifically to consult the moon god in the temple. The Bible even mentions Haran as a city that Abraham and his family stopped by on their journey to Canaan, which has also given it a place in the sacred history of the Abrahamic religions. In short, we can say thus that Haran was a city that would have followed the polytheistic Mesopotamian religion with all that entailed. But what's so interesting about this particular religious and cultural tradition of Haran is that they seem to have been very persistent. They survived even after the fall of the Mesopotamian civilization, the Assyrian and Babylonian empires, into the Roman and Hellenic times, which maybe isn't that surprising because the religious system of the Hellenic world wasn't all that different from the Mesopotamian one. At least it wouldn't have necessarily naturally clashed. But even with the rise of monotheism in late antiquity, first with Christianity and the adoption of Christianity by the Roman Empire, and then of course after the arrival of Islam with the Arab conquest, the Haranians still persisted in their way of life and in their old religion, which is quite unique, right? It's clear that this was the case, and we don't really find many other, if any, cities like that or places in that part of the world that persisted so much in their religious tradition, even when basically everyone around them, all their neighbors, and even people in the city itself, had changed to the new religious movements that had been appearing. So this makes Haran very unique historically. So what do we actually know about them then, about their religion and philosophy and so on? Well, sadly, not much at all. Most of our sources come from the Arab and Muslim writers who would sometimes catalog and describe different religious minorities in the region. And indeed, quite early on in the Islamic period, the Haranians came to be identified as the Quranic Sabi'un, or the Sabians. How this happened is a little unsure, but it is likely that the fact that even the earliest Muslim scholars didn't know for sure who the Sabi'un were meant that the term was essentially up for grabs. Here was a group mentioned in the Quran alongside Christians and Jews as legitimate religions that no one knew who they actually were. And as we explored in my previous episode about the term and the theory surrounding it, this meant that Muslims started to identify different groups as Sabians, and perhaps more importantly, that certain groups in the region started to identify themselves as the Sabians. Because, as we said, if you are Sabians, that means that you, alongside with Christians and Jews, are guaranteed religious freedom, freedom of practicing your religion and so on, and theoretically equality in society as long as you pay a poll tax called the jizya. And this seems to have been what happened to the Haranians. In fact, there's a story told about how this supposedly happened. This is a story that involves the great famous Caliph al-Ma'mun, the Abbasid Caliph, son to Harun al-Rashid, who lived, and this is supposed to happen sometime in the 830s. And this is an account that is retold in the Fihrist by Ibn Nadim, which is a source that's going to be coming back. We're going to be using it a lot and discussing it a lot in this episode. But in that account, which is taken from a Christian writer who supposedly lived like 70 years or so after the event, so we should take all this with a huge grain of salt, needless to say. But the story goes like this, that Al-Ma'mun was visiting Haran. He was visiting, or he's standing at the gates of Haran, and he noticed that the people in this region, this city, they dressed differently, they acted differently, they were strange to him, they were unfamiliar. So he asked them, who are you? Like, what religion do you belong to? And because, of course, they weren't Muslim, they weren't Christian, they weren't Jews, they had their own tradition that they'd been following, they simply said, we are Haranians. Al-Ma'mun wasn't satisfied with this answer, so he sort of asked follow-up questions. Do you follow the prophets? Do you have prophets? Do you have a sacred scripture, perhaps? And the Haranians didn't really give any satisfactory answer. They kind of answered vaguely. And so as a response to this, Al-Ma'mun said, very harshly, I'm now going on a campaign into Byzantine territory. I'm on my way on to that right now. When I come back from that campaign, you guys better be Muslims or Christians or Jews, or anything that I recognize as a legitimate religion, or I'm going to kill you all. Obviously, this was a stressful situation to the Haranians, we have to imagine, and they were kind of distraught over what should we do? We don't want to convert, but also we don't want to be killed, obviously, so what do we do? So the story goes that they then went to a Muslim judge, or jurist, a qadi or faqih, and asked him what they should do about this. And the judge then showed them this part in the Quran that we have quoted, where it talks about the Sabians and Christians and Jews, and said, just just say you're Sabians, and you'll be fine. And that is what they did. They said we're the Sabians, and thus they escaped the wrath of the caliph and could live comfortably within Islamic law, so to say, and were given freedom of religion and so on. This is a very fanciful story. It's not likely to be entirely true, but I think it is true, in my opinion, in the broad sense of what happened. Maybe not the details of what happened, but I think it's true. It's giving us true information in the sense that this is probably how the Sabians or the Haranians came to adopt the term Sabian, because being known as Sabian gave people more legitimacy, because they would be considered one of those legitimate religions mentioned in the Quran. So most likely the Sabians saw this opportunity to simply identify as this Quranic group and thereby be given all these freedoms within Islamic law. So basically, for many Muslim and Arab writers from that time onwards, the Haranians were the Sabians of Haran, and they would actually come to play a pretty significant role. But what then were the actual beliefs and practices of these Haranians or Sabians? There are many mentions of them in different Muslim and Arab texts. Most of them don't give us much in terms of substance, and when it does, there are several reasons to be somewhat skeptical. But the recurring theme or claim that we see all over our sources is that they are supposedly star worshippers, or that they worship the heavenly bodies. Now, this could, of course, mean many different things, but if we consider the fact that they appear to have been a kind of continuation of old Babylonian or Mesopotamian religious practice, it does kind of make sense. Indeed, Mesopotamia, the Assyrians and Babylonians, were famous in antiquity precisely, partly at least, because of the strong astronomical and astrological tradition that they were associated with. The heavenly bodies had always played an important role in their religious tradition and theology. The stars and planets in the sky were seen as physical representations of the gods, the deities that resided beyond the heavens. So the planets were not actually literally seen as the gods, but as representations of these gods. But there are also indications that by the end of that civilization, so during the course of the first millennium BC, the emphasis on the heavenly bodies as divine in themselves had become maybe a bit more prominent. And of course, we know that many of the gods were directly associated with planets and stars, whether directly or in terms of representation, such as Shamash, the sun, and the aforementioned Sin, which was the god of the moon. Having a remnant of this Mesopotamian religion survive in Haran into late antiquity, it makes sense that they would have placed an emphasis on the heavens and the heavenly bodies in their worship. Obviously, as with all religions, this one would have also changed and evolved over time, right? So that the Haranian religion as it existed in the 7th, 8th, 9th centuries would have obviously been different in many ways from the way it was practiced in ancient Mesopotamia, for instance. This is the case for all religions. But if there is a recurring theme that we find in most of those sources, it is precisely this idea of the importance of the stars and the heavenly bodies. For example, in the surviving writings of a Christian bishop of Haran in the early 9th century by the name Theodore Abou-Qurra, we get a description of some of their beliefs. He says, quote, "They claimed that they worshipped the 7 planets, the sun, the moon, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, and the 12 zodiacal houses, because they are the ones that create and govern this creation and give good fortune and prosperity in the lower world, and ill fortune and suffering. They said that their prophet in that is Hermes the sage." Now, that last part about Hermes is of course really interesting, but we'll return to that soon, because this seems to be a pretty clear indication of the prominent stars in their religion. But you might ask, this is a Christian writer who is critical of them and considers them heretical, so can we really trust his description? Well, that's a fair point, but if we look at other sources from around the same time, and from other people entirely from different cultures and religions, we get very similar descriptions. One of the best and most extensive sources that we have come from the so-called Fihrist of Ibn al-Nadim, a massive catalog of books and descriptions of sects, people, philosophers, and stories from the Islamic world in the 10th century. And in this catalog, Ibn al-Nadim has collected a few different accounts about the Sabians. One of them is told by the famous Arab philosopher al-Kindi, although through a student of his called al-Sarakhsi. And we're going to be looking at this text quite extensively in this episode. Here's a section from that text which also indicates the importance of animal sacrifice for this religious tradition. Quote, "They have offerings with slaughtering which they offer to the planets. Some of them say that if the offering is made in the name of the Creator, it is an indication that it is bad, because according to them, this is turning to the great power who leaves that which is beneath him to those whom he has formed for mediating in the management of things. The things which they sacrifice for the offerings are made of cattle, sheep, goats, and other four-legged beasts which do not have teeth in both of the two jaws, with the exception of the camel. They also sacrifice birds which do not have talons, with the exception of the pigeon." End quote. Even much later in history, in the writings of the great Jewish philosopher Maimonides, we get mentions of the Sabians. He seems to identify the term Sabian more widely as pagans in general, but his description in the Guide for the Perplexed suggests that he is talking about the Haranians in particular, of which he says, quote, "Our father Abraham, as we know, grew up among the Sabians, whose doctrine is that there is no God but the stars. Once I have informed you in this chapter of their books extant today in Arabic translation and of their ancient chronicles, and have disclosed their teachings and traditions to you. You'll see how they avow the star's divinity with the sun as the supreme deity. All 7 planets were gods, they held, but the 2 luminaries were the greatest. They professed, as you will find, that the sun rules the world above and here below." The fact that this characteristic or aspect of venerating the heavenly bodies is so recurring in different sources from different times and places and from people of different cultural and religious backgrounds seems to suggest to us that there must be something to it, right? And this might also be indicated by the works and careers of some of those great scholars, philosophers, and scientists who made a name for themselves in the intellectual sphere of the Islamic world, particularly in Baghdad, and who were from the city of Haran. You see, much of what we know and what the Arabs knew at the time about the Haranians were filtered through certain prominent and famous figures from the community. During the Abbasid Caliphate, and what is sometimes referred to as the quote-unquote golden age of Islam, with its scholarly environment, families and individuals from Haran actually moved to the capital Baghdad, and a few of them actually made quite a career for themselves there. The most famous of these Haranians is a man called Thabit ibn Qurra, a court physician, mathematician, astronomer, and all-around polymath of the late 9th and early 10th centuries. He was born in Haran in the year 836, and according to Ibn al-Nadim's account, he worked as a money changer in that city before becoming acquainted with Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, the famous mathematician. Thabit moved to Baghdad and studied with al-Khwarizmi and soon became a renowned scholar himself, especially within the fields of astronomy and mathematics. And these two fields were basically seen as synonymous with each other at that time. He also became quite close to the Abbasid court, working there as the court physician. Ibn al-Nadim says, quote, "He, that is Muhammad ibn Musa, gave him his patronage, presenting him to al-Mu'tadid and associating him with a group of astronomers. The source of the leadership of the Sabians in this country and their proximity to the Caliph was Thabit ibn Qurra. Their status, moreover, became established, their ranks became elevated, and they displayed superiority." End quote. He was, in other words, a very popular and successful scholar and scientist in Baghdad at that time, and thus came to represent the Haranians to a wider audience. He wrote many works on different topics, including works supposedly describing the religion and philosophy of the Haranians, including one called The Laws of Hermes and the Prayers that the Sabians use, none of which survives today, sadly. We only have access to fragments of his more scientific works. But the point is it a coincidence that a person who comes from a culture and religious tradition that supposedly has star worship and the heavenly bodies as an essential part of their faith and practice would also go on to become a prominent astronomer/astrologer in Abbasid Baghdad? Many will indeed say no, and point to Thabit's philosophical scientific work as a kind of extension of his native culture. At the same time, as we'll talk about more later on, much of the information that the contemporaries had on the Haranians became filtered through people like Thabit, which poses a bit of a problem in itself, right? So maybe we are projecting Thabit's ideas and philosophy onto the Haranians. That's also a possibility. Basically, it could indeed be another indication of the importance of astrology to the Haranians at that time. But what it actually means and how it was understood by the Haranians themselves is a lot harder to say, since we don't have any of their surviving writings, at least writings that describe their religion. Were they actually worshipping the stars, or was it more complicated than that? Some of the sources that we have looked at, such as the Christian Theodor Abu Qurra, seem to highlight the planets as the primary objects of worship. But other sources indicate a different picture, where the Haranians claim to have believed in a unified, all-powerful God in a kind of monotheistic way, and that the planets and the heavenly bodies are simply mediaries between this God and the world down here. In that account by Al-Kindi, mediated by Al-Sarakhsi and quoted by Ibn Nadim, we get this pretty comprehensive description. Quote, "These people, the Haranian Sabians, agree that the world has a prime cause, the transcendent deity, who is eternal and a unity rather than multiple. No attribute of things created is connected with him. He has charged discerning persons who he has created to acknowledge his lordship. He has shown them the way, sending apostles for their guidance and for confirmation of proof, ordering them both to call people to be approved by him and to warn them of his anger. They, the apostles, have promised enduring contentment for the obedient, but for the person who is disobedient, they have promised torment and punishment to the extent which he deserves. Eventually, however, this punishment will be ended. It is related that one of their leaders said, 'God punishes for 9,000 cycles, after which there will be a change to the compassion of God. These people who summon to God and the true religion by which they make vows are regarded in a special way. Their famous and eminent personalities are Arani, Agatha Daimon, and Hermes, so Hermes. Some of them also mention Solon, the ancestor of the philosopher Plato, on his mother's side. The doctrine of all these people is the same. Their statutes and laws are not contradictory. They have adopted one direction for prayer, which they have fixed toward the North Star in its course. The intelligent thus seek to inquire for wisdom. They have resisted whatever disagrees with this point of view." End quote. The section goes on for quite a while after this, but we already get a pretty interesting picture. They believe in an eternal and unified God or prime cause who has sent prophets and who threatens people with judgment. To get some complementary information, we can also return to the previous quote from Al-Kindi's section, which talks about the planets and stars precisely as intermediaries. Quotes, "They have offerings with slaughtering which they offer to the planets. Some of them say that if the offering is made in the name of the Creator, it is an indication that it is bad, because according to them, this is turning to the great power, who leaves that which is beneath him to those whom he has formed for mediating in the management of things." So if this account is to be believed, there is a unified Creator God, but the prayers and offerings given by the Haranians are directed at the planets, because they are carrying out the will of God. And this view seems to have also been supported or claimed by some Haranian scholars themselves at that time. Now, this isn't all that different, except for the praying to the planets part, from the standard astronomical picture adopted by Muslims at this time as well. They would also see the planets as instruments through which God carried out his will on Earth. They are causative in a sense, but only insofar as they are instruments of the ultimate causer, God. So this cosmology isn't all that unique, even in the Muslim environment. And this is precisely the problem. How much can we actually trust Al-Kindi's account here? What is his source of information? It becomes a little suspicious that, as we continue reading, if that wasn't already clear, the picture Al-Kindi paints of the Sabians is very similar to Islam in several ways. Not only are they monotheistic and have prophets, they also pray daily. There's 3 prayers a day according to this account. And they do this prayer through prostrations, just like Muslims. They have yearly fasts of 30 days that end with an Eid celebration. They have dietary laws similar to Muslims, where they avoid eating pork, for instance. Being a fan of Aristotle, Al-Kindi is also at pains to argue that their doctrines are completely in line with the philosophy of Aristotle, which one can of course question. So what's going on here? It seems that Al-Kindi is describing the Haranian religion in very Islamic ways, right? But why would he do this? I mean, there are different ways we can try to understand that. Maybe he is trying to explain this religion or this people to an audience that aren't very familiar with it, so he is describing them in very Muslim adjacent ways for his audience to better understand what he's saying, because of associations and so on. That's a possibility. Or maybe he's simply trying to present them in a positive light in some way. Maybe he likes them, he's influenced by them, so he has their best interests in mind. I don't know, that is possible. A third option, which maybe is more likely, is that Al-Kindi might be working from actual Haranian sources, that he's getting this from Haranians themselves, but that the Haranians presented themselves to a Muslim audience in Muslim ways to better fit in, to be more widely accepted. If they presented themselves as very close to Islam, that would sort of support this campaign or this idea of arguing that they are among the people of the book or the protected religions. They have the same prophets and so on. And that Al-Kindi might be retelling these accounts from Sabians themselves who present their tradition in Islamic terms. Or maybe this is all accurate. This could be the case. As we said, every religion always changes and adapts to new contexts and new circumstances, and not just in ways that, you know, in order to assimilate or to survive and so on, but legitimately because of a new context and circumstance, people will renegotiate the way that they themselves understand themselves and their religion. So it's very possible that the Haranians, because of influence from the other religions and cultures around them, also developed and changed the way that they saw their own religion, so that the accounts that Al-Kindi might be retelling here are accurately what the Haranians believed themselves, right? So all these options are possible, but it's hard to say anything with any certainty. If anything, it makes it quite clear that a very sort of blatant label like Star Worshippers is probably oversimplifying things. I think we can be quite sure in arguing for that. But we also see that there's a lot to that description as well. But I think that's what the conclusion of this little rant and section is that it's complicated. But another aspect that is very interesting and seems to have been very important is the frequent mention of Hermes as an important figure for the Haranians. Now this is of course Hermes Trismegistus, the mythical ancient sage that was a kind of combination between the Egyptian god Thoth and the Greek god Hermes, but became this whole other kind of figure, the originator of occult knowledge and esoteric learning and writing and so on, associated with this tradition called Hermeticism or Hermetism, and writings called the Hermetica. So this is the Hermes that we're talking about here. If we return again to Theodore Abou-Qurra, he of course said they worship the 7 planets, the sun, the moon, Saturn, Mars, etc. And then at the end he says, they said that their prophet in that is Hermes, the sage. And if you remember, Al-Kindi also claimed a similar thing in the above quote, saying, quote, their famous and eminent personalities are Arani or Urani, Agatha Daimon, and Hermes. And this would indeed be one of the most characteristic things about the Sabians of Haran, that Hermes was an important figure or even a prophet for them. Many of the later Muslim writers even seem to indicate that Hermes was the prophet for the Haranians, just as Muhammad was the prophet for Muslims, or maybe Moses was the prophet associated with Judaism. And this has led to a lot of speculation, even today, about the Hermetic character of the Haranians. were the Haranians a brotherhood of Hermetists? And if they were, was this the source for much of the Hermetic knowledge and learning, philosophy, entering into the Islamic intellectual sphere? Well, there is little to no evidence supporting this if we understand Hermetist as specifically following the intellectual, philosophical, spiritual tradition associated with the philosophical Hermetica as such. Now, for sure, all evidence points to the idea that Hermes was indeed an important figure for the Haranians, as were many of the ancient sages and philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato. This was seen as a kind of ancient lineage that stretched back into far back into ancient times. So they saw people like Pythagoras and the Pythagorean tradition and Plato and so on as their kind of philosophical forebears. And one interesting thing that points to this lineage is that when Al-Kindi describes their dietary laws, he mentions that, quote, among the birds they have forbidden eating the pigeon and such as have talons, and among the plants the fava beans and garlic. Some of them go further, forbidding green beans, cauliflower, cabbage, and lentils. Now, if you know your ancient Pythagoreanism, you'll know that what it was perhaps most associated with was living according to a quote-unquote Pythagorean way of life, which included very famously and uniquely the abhorrence and avoiding of fava beans. If Al-Kindi's account is to be trusted here, it seems that the Haranians might have been a late follower of this old tradition. So they certainly saw themselves as standing in a long lineage of sages like Hermes, Pythagoras, Plato, and others, tracing their tradition back to ancient times. But at the end of the day, this wasn't very special or unique, was it? This could be said for most cultures or traditions that had been part of the wider Roman Hellenic sphere, and doesn't really indicate any special Hermetist character for the Haranians. Now, as a counter-argument to this, there is some evidence that they had books attributed to Hermes as part of their wider canon. In the Fehrist, at the end of the section on Al-Kindi's account, it says, quote, Al-Kindi said that he examined a book which that people, the Haranians, regard as authoritative. It is Chapters of Hermes on the Doctrine of God's Unity, which he wrote for his son most expertly on God's unity. Philosophers who have exerted themselves will find no alternative to them and to professing their doctrine. And scholars like Kevin van Bladel seems to indicate that, or argue, speculate maybe, that this book that's mentioned here might be a part of the Corpus Hermeticum, but this is hard to know for sure. This is intriguing evidence and points even more strongly to the point that we've already made, without necessarily proving that they were Hermetists in the more narrow and specific sense. I think it might be good here to get an overview of the role of Hermes in Islam to sort of better understand what's actually going on. So by the 8th century, probably a lot earlier, the figure of Hermes, Trismegistus, had become identified with the biblical patriarch Enoch. Now, Enoch is of course mentioned in the Old Testament, in the Torah, and it's described as being taken by God. That's kind of all it says. It doesn't really tell us much about Enoch at all. But of course, later on in history, there developed this huge literature dedicated to Enoch and talking about this ascent. So they interpreted this as God taking him up to the heavens. He sort of ascends to the heavens. He's taught all these esoteric divine secrets by the angels. In some traditions, he even becomes an angel, Metatron himself. In other accounts, he sort of returns back to Earth and becomes a kind of prophetic figure. So this identification happens quite early in late antiquity. And also in Islam, very early, in the very earliest days of Islam, we see scholars, Islamic scholars, identify the Quranic prophet Idris. So there's a prophet in the Quran called Idris, also doesn't say very much about Idris in the Quran, but he becomes identified with Enoch. So just like Enoch is taken by God in the Quran, it says that Idris was raised to a lofty station. It sounds similar to the way that Enoch is described, especially in the post-biblical literature as well. And so because of this, naturally, of course, the Muslim scholars also identified Idris, the prophet, with Hermes. So Idris in Islam, Idris is Enoch, is Hermes. And this is very significant because it gives the figure of Hermes a legitimacy within the Quranic narrative of the prophets and the dispensation of revelation across history. It seems to have been conceived, this idea of identifying Idris with Hermes, quite early on, as I said, maybe in the 8th century, but it becomes very firmly sort of established in the writings of Abu Ma'shar. Abu Ma'shar was a 9th century figure associated with Al-Kindi, who was an astronomer and scientist and all-around polymath in that same environment of Baghdad at the height of the Abbasid Caliphate. And he writes works where he very much establishes Hermes as Idris, as this prophetic figure. There are many other aspects of Hermes in Islam and his role in Islam that's quite interesting. For example, even in Abu Ma'shar, it's clear that they conceived of 3 distinct Hermeses historically. There were 3 different Hermeses, 2 before the flood and 1 after the flood. But anyway, this is beyond the scope of this particular episode. But what's important to remember here and keep in mind is that through this identification of Hermes with Idris, Hermes was now seen by many scholars, Muslims generally, as being among the great prophets sent by God in history. And this is very significant. And he specifically becomes a symbol, a representative, or sort of originator of astronomical, astrological, and esoteric occult sciences and natural sciences more generally, which was seen as kind of the same back then. Probably because of the Enochic lore about him being brought up to heaven to converse with angels and given special divine knowledge, this became widely accepted lore about Idris/Hermes. All true and legitimate knowledge is divinely revealed, and the science of astronomy and talismans and other natural sciences were revealed by God to Hermes in particular. This story thus gives a divine justification for many of the philosophical fields that Muslim scholars were engaged in at that time. The Arabic text called Kitab al-Tufaha, the Book of the Apple, possibly composed in the 10th century, says, quote, there's a dialogue where Diogenes says, "Whence did the philosophers arrive at this view?" The sage answered, "The preachers of the ages have always preached this up to the horizons of the earth. The first of the people of our land to whom this science was revealed was Hermes." Diogenes asked, "Whence did it come to Hermes?" The sage answered, "He ascended in his spirit into heaven and heard it from the heavenly host who took it from the noble record. Then he returned to the earth and the sages learned it from him." Diogenes said, "How do I know that he took it from the inhabitants of heaven?" The sage answered, "If this matter is the truth, then its advent was from on high." In other words, the attribution of Hermes as the quote-unquote prophet of the Haranians makes sense within an Islamic framework as it existed back then. He was the prophetic originator of much philosophical knowledge. And later on in history, in an account by Al-Mubashir ibn Fatiq, who highlights Hermes and Idris precisely as the main prophet of the Sabians/Haranians, but presents him here in a much more classical Islamic way, as a law-giving prophet. So before, as we saw, Hermes/Idris was seen as this kind of esoteric sage who ascended to heavens and was given spiritual knowledge and then came back and revealed that knowledge to humankind. By this time, this is a bit later in the 11th century, we see that he has become firmly a part of this more standard kind of prophetic history of Islam. In this text, he's described very much as a kind of law-giving prophet, similar to Muhammad or Jesus and Moses and all these prophets, as opposed to this more esoteric sage. He's that too, of course, but it does tell you something that he is described in this way in these later texts. This is the quote. "He," that is Hermes, "preached God's judgment, deen, belief in God's unity, mankind's worship of God, and saving souls from punishment. He incited people to abstain piously from this world, to act justly, and to seek salvation in the next world. He commanded them to perform prayers that he stated for them in manners that he explained to them, and to fast on recognized days of each month, to undertake jihad against the enemies of their religion, and to give charity from their possessions, and to assist the weak with it." End quote. And so on. So it's definitely possible that the emphasis on Hermes as a prophet in this way, even putting aside the very clearly Islamic projecting account of Mubashir, could also be the result of assimilation to already existing Islamic doctrines. But it's also important to point out that this was an environment where different scholars, religious traditions, and philosophers influenced each other and were equally responsible for cross-pollination. Just as Haranian doctrines and ideas made their way into the Islamic intellectual sphere and influenced it, so did the Islamic framework probably affect the way that Haranians negotiated and understood their own tradition. Not just as a coping strategy, as we said before, but as a legitimate change and development within the tradition itself. Okay, so this episode is turning out to be a lot longer than I originally expected it to be, but there are a few more things that I think are worth talking about. Among them is the fact that what we do know about the Haranian religion, especially in terms of their practices and so on, is related to their calendar. And this also comes from the Fihrist of Ibn Nadim, where they describe the sort of yearly calendar of the Haranians and the different ceremonies and practices and rituals that take place at different points of the year. In the Fihrist, the most extensive overview of the customs and festivals of the Haranians come from a manuscript by a Christian writer called Abu Sa'id Wahb ibn Ibrahim. It goes through each month of the year and the different ceremonies, prayers, and practices that are performed on each of these months. And quickly it becomes clear that even here, the planets play a pretty important role, as many of the ceremonies are directed at different heavenly bodies at different times. The practices will often involve offerings in the form of animal sacrifice to these planets, often different periods of fasting and different prayers. Here's an example of how it can sound in an early section from the manuscript. Quote, "On the 6th day of the month of April, they slay for their divinity the moon a bull, which they eat at the end of the day. On the 8th day, they fast and then break the fast with the meat of lamb. On this day, they also hold a feast in honor of the 7 deities," might be referring to the planets here, "the devils, jinn, and spirits. They burn 7 lambs for the 7 deities, which are the devils." This indicates that the 7 deities are something else than the planets, but I digress. One of the most recurring and mysterious themes mentioned in several places in this section is a ceremony that is referred to as the Mystery of the North. From the descriptions, this seems to be perhaps the most important ceremony that is performed sometimes several times a month. There are some indications that the cardinal direction of north had been important to them generally. Even in Al-Kindi's account from before, we got an indication of this. Quote, "They have developed one direction for prayer, which they have fixed toward the North Star in its course. The intelligent thus seek to inquire for wisdom." End quote. And it also appears that, quote-unquote, the North is referring to a certain deity, maybe the highest deity in the pantheon in some way, assuming a more polytheistic leaning theme for their theology. But throughout the Fihrist account, one can also get the impression that the north can maybe refer to the sun, sometimes also the moon, and other places in the section also indicates that the sun was somehow the highest of the celestial gods. Quote, "On the 9th of Shubat, they begin a 7-day fast, the first day of which is dedicated to the sun, the great Lord, the Lord of blessing. During these days, they eat no meat and drink no wine. During this month, moreover, they pray only to the north, the jinn, and the devils." End quote. This is interesting, right? Because as we saw before, the city of Haran was historically primarily associated with the moon god, Sin. There was a temple there to Sin historically, but it seems, if this account is to be trusted, that at some point over the course of this history, the sun might have taken on the more exalted role in this heavenly pantheon among the Haranians. And this is in fact supported also by Maimonides in the Guide for the Perplexed, in that quote that we mentioned earlier from him, where he talks about the Sabians and their planetary worship and specifically mentions the sun as being the sort of highest of these deities, however that is to be understood. But in this pantheon of heavenly bodies that seem to have maybe the role of gods or deities to them. The sun might have been especially important, had a sort of especially exalted role, at least at this point in history. What exactly this mystery to the north indicates is hard to say. Some scholars have wanted to see this as some form of mystery rite, but we don't really get any expanded discussions other than things such as those that were already mentioned: offerings, sacrifices, praying, fasting, and so on. Now, one account that stands out a little bit more than the others is this one, quote, "On the 27th day of August, they perform the worship of the mystery of the north, for the deity who makes the arrow fly. On this day also, they set up a table on which they place 7 portions for the 7 deities and the north." Interesting here that it's the 7 deities and the north, indicating that it's separate from them somehow. Anyway, the priest brings a bow, which he strings, and into which he fixes an arrow to which there is attached a firebrand. It has a flame at its head and is made of wood which grows in the region of Haran. On it there is a piece of cloth upon which the flame is ignited, just as it lights a candle. The priest shoots 12 arrows. Then the priest walks as a dog does on his hands and feet until he fetches the arrows. He does this 15 times and then makes an augury. That is, he divines that if the firebrand is extinguished, the feast in his estimation is not acceptable, but if it is not put out, then the feast is accepted. End quote. We also get mention of the Sabians and their rites in the epistles of the Brethren of Purity, the Ikhwan al-Safa, and in the famous Ghayat al-Hakim, the sort of grimoire that's known by its Latin name, the Picatrix, and both of these sources seem to describe a kind of elaborate ritual of initiation that the young members of the Haranian culture had to go through. It also became very common in these kinds of sources to attribute to the Haranians more active methods of honing the powers of these heavenly bodies. It was not merely a system of revering the planets and stars, but also where their power could be used to make talismans and thus affect things in this world. In this way, many have pointed to the Sabians of Haran as originators, or at least an important source for occult sciences entering the Islamic world. This also, of course, makes sense given their connection with Hermes, who himself was very directly associated precisely with these kinds of sciences and wisdoms. Keep in mind, though, that these claims and the sources that we have been looking at here as descriptions of Haranian practice have several problems, and it's hard to know how much of it we can deem trustworthy. Especially these latter features of talismanic magic and other occult practices, we simply lack clear evidence to say with certainty if there is even such a connection to begin with. In any case, that's kind of the extent of what we can say about the Haranian religion. And even then, the sources that we've been using to say and to come to these very conservative conclusions are in themselves sometimes questionable, right? So everything that we say is very uncertain. And indeed, as I said before, this episode is a lot longer than I thought it would be. Because there is a lot to say, obviously. There's a lot we can say, and it's interesting to talk about all these possibilities, but all of it remains very unclear and uncertain in many ways. But I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't bring up another very fascinating aspect of the Haranians, and maybe particularly scholarship about the Haranians, namely their possible connection to the philosophical school of Neoplatonism. One of the most famous accounts of the Haranians come from the 10th century writer and historian Al-Mas'udi. He says, quote, "This community, known as the Haranians and the Sabians, has philosophers. However, they are some of the common riffraff of the philosophers, differing from the elite sages in their doctrines. I consider them philosophers only by way of lineage, not by way of wisdom, because they are Hellenes, Yunaniya." This, again, as I said in my last video, this means pagans, basically, at this time. Not all of the Hellenes are philosophers, only their sages are the philosophers. And then this section, which is interesting. "I saw on the door knocker of the gathering place of the Sabians in Haran a saying of Plato written in Syriac, of which Malik ibn Uqbun and others of them informed me of the interpretation. It is, he who knows his essence becomes divine. In Arabic, this is given as man arafa dhatuhu ta'alluhu. Plato has said, man is a heavenly plant. The indication of it is that he is like an inverted tree. its roots are toward heaven and its branches are toward the earth. Al-Mas'udi gives us some interesting information here. He calls them Yunaniya, indicating that they were pagan or polytheists in some way, and describes a temple, a gathering place. But it is how he connects them with philosophy that is especially interesting. Not only does he claim that there are many philosophers there, although he doesn't think they're legitimate philosophers, clearly, but also that there is a supported quote from Plato on the temple door, thus connecting them specifically with the Platonic tradition. And this would become another one of the most famous and most speculated about aspects of Haranian culture. Much of this, of course, connects to what we have already discussed, and many have used this quote to indicate that Haran was a special place for philosophical activity, especially for the Platonist school. And when we take into consideration the career of Thabit ibn Qurra, who would come to represent the Haranians in Baghdad as a great philosopher and scholar, he will often be seen as evidence of this philosophical tradition that existed there. But there are many problems with the way that this is often portrayed and talked about. In fact, many of the assumptions that the medieval Arab writers, and indeed many still today, have about the Haranians is information or characteristics filtered through Thabit and scholars like him. This is something that the Swedish scholar of religions Jan Järpe has shown in his 1972 dissertation, where we assume, for example, that the Haranians must have been very philosophical or be great scholars because someone like Thabit came from there. But it does betray a certain tendency that people have to look at Haran as a source of ancient philosophical wisdom that had been preserved. In fact, there's been quite a fascinating theory popular among many scholars that posits Haran precisely as a hotbed for Neoplatonic philosophy and spirituality. This idea, as argued by scholars like Michel Tardieu and Pierre Ardon in the 1980s and 90s, is that there is a direct connection between the Haranians and the Neoplatonic school of Athens. You see, the Athenian Academy, which was the center for Neoplatonic learning in late antiquity, was closed by the Emperor Justinian in 529. This was the place where great scholars like Proclus had been teaching their Neoplatonism at the time. And by the time of its closing, the scholarks and leaders of the school, such as Damascus and Simplicius, were forbidden from teaching and essentially forced to flee the Roman Empire. They thus instead went to Sasanian Persia and were protected there under the rule of Khusro. Then, a few years later, the story goes, there was an agreement between the Sasanian king and the Roman emperor that, among other things, allowed the philosophers to return to settle in the Roman Empire again. And no one really knows where they did, if this is even true. But the theory is that they settled in, you guessed it, Haran. Haran would have thus become the heir to the Athenian Academy, the center for Neoplatonic philosophy and mysticism in late antiquity, perhaps marrying this with the already existing polytheistic and perhaps astrological religion that existed there. One of the popular pieces of evidence for this is, of course, also that quote from Al-Mas'udi that we mentioned earlier, where he claims not only that Haran was full of philosophers, as he said, but also that it had that fascinating quote from Plato on one of its temples. This is obviously a very intriguing theory and one that would be very convenient in a number of ways. It's also just very juicy from a sort of esoteric mysterious history perspective, which is nice. It would very easily and conveniently explain how Neoplatonic text and Neoplatonic ideas and learning was transmitted to the early Arab and Muslim writers, right? Because we have this direct lineage from the Athenian Academy who went to Haran, and then the Haranians went to Baghdad, and we have solved this historical mystery, right? That's very convenient. And one way that scholars like Tardieu have talked about this or explained this is to posit that there has to have been two kind of classes or groups within the wider Haranian milieu or environment. One sort of elite group of philosophers that represents this direct lineage from the Neoplatonists, and then the sort of common riffraff of regular polytheists who worshipped as they always had. This goes back originally to the Swedish scholar Jan Järpe in his dissertation, who argued in a more conservative sense for the idea that the Haranians in Baghdad, like Thabit, they represent a kind of special group of Haranians that don't necessarily represent the way that things worked back in Haran, right? So Thabit and his family and his associates in Baghdad, it is through them that we know the Haranians. Haranian knowledge is filtered through them and their philosophers and scholars, and so there must have existed this kind of Baghdadian strand of Haranians or Sabians, but back in Haran things were maybe different, and these are two different groups. What Tardieu does with this is he takes it even further by arguing that there must have existed this distinction between these two groups even within Haran itself. So that in Haran, there would have been the regular people, the polytheists who went to the temples and so on, just the common people, and then sort of an elite group of esoteric philosophers of the Neoplatonist school, and mystics maybe, if you want to use that word. But this wider theory is actually largely rejected today in scholarship. Scholars like Kevin van Bladen have argued and shown that there simply isn't any evidence for this. It simply requires too much assumption and wishful thinking to make it work. As convenient as it would be, it simply isn't supported in the sources enough. Certainly, as we said with Hermetism, the Haranians would have been exposed to and influenced by the school of Neoplatonism, which was a dominant school of philosophy in the late antique Hellenic and Roman sphere and beyond, but this doesn't make them any more unique than many other places in that region, aside from the fact that they survived for that long, obviously. There is really no evidence for the idea that Haran was a kind of center for this philosophy, or that it was a place for the continuation of this school in the way presented by Tardieu and others. The fact that Plato is possibly quoted on one of their temples is completely expected and within the bounds of possibility, since they revered those old philosophical sages just like most others in that cultural sphere. But it does not in any way prove that there was a specific Neoplatonic school there. So this is the conservative amount of things that we can say about this religious tradition. They were probably connected in some way to the older Mesopotamian religion. All sources seem to indicate that the heavenly bodies were a central part of their worldview, whether as mediaries or divinities themselves. They also saw Hermes and other ancient sages like Pythagoras and Plato as important inspirational figures, and they might have had a complex calendar of rituals and ceremonies dedicated to the god or gods, involving sacrifices, fasting, and maybe daily prayers. And even that is kind of assuming a lot of these descriptions are valid to begin with. Regardless, it's certainly true that they made a name for themselves in the great places of learning in the Islamic world, so that they became quite famous. Thabit ibn Qurra and his family continued to be close to the Abbasid court. His son Sinan would walk in his father's footsteps and establish a lineage of Haranian scholars in Baghdad close to the court and scholarly elite for centuries afterwards. They were respected by the people around them, even though there were occasionally some tensions regarding their religious adherence, but it indeed appears that it wasn't until the 11th century that the last member of Thabit's descendants finally converted to Islam, thus ending the Baghdadi side of the Sabian lineage. In the city of Haran itself, a similar situation seemed to have taken place. They continued to practice their religion up until the 11th century, when the city was under the rule of the Nomaid dynasty. This was a time of great political instability, as the region was in the middle of several power struggles between Byzantine, Fatimid, Abbasid, and other forces. By the end of the 11th century, this political turmoil and accompanying religious intolerance caused much of the population to either flee and/or convert to Islam. The temples were destroyed or repurposed, and the old Haranian religion faded into history. Another final fatal blow, of course, came with the Mongol invasions and the destructive nature of that event as well. We are thus left with a historical curiosity rather than a religious community that still survives today. For this reason, we have to rely on second-hand reports from various places and sources, making it harder to know things with certainty about this mysterious religion of the ancient and early medieval world. but there's no doubt that they played an important and significant role in the cultural, intellectual, and religious environment of the Middle East. Thank you so much for watching and listening. I hope this was an interesting dive into this mysterious ancient and medieval group of maybe star worshippers or whatever was the deal with them. This was a lot of fun to research and make, so I hope you enjoyed it as well. I want to remind everyone that I just recently released a new single, a new song with my project Zini. It's called Tasting, and it's a kind of alternative rock-oriented song with influences from instruments and styles from the Middle East and global South. So if you're into that, then go check that out. I will leave links to that in my link tree in the description. You can also find it on my other channel. I want to thank all my patrons who support this channel monetarily, and without whom none of this would be possible. So I, as always, am deeply, deeply grateful and thankful for your support. If you want to follow me, you can find me on my socials, on Instagram and TikTok. You can also become a patron by following the link to my Patreon page. It's also in the description. And you can also find my other channel, Philip Holm, which is dedicated to my music. Both, again, my own music, posting my music, but also talking about music. If you're interested in knowing about music in the way that I talk about religion here, maybe I'll make an episode on the music of the Haranian Sabians. Probably not much to say about that. But anyway, that kind of content can be found over there. So go subscribe to that channel and check some of those videos out if you're interested. Thank you so much again for watching and listening, and I will see you next time. one night in February of the year 1021, the 6th Fatimid Caliph and 16th Imam of the Ismaili Shia Muslims, Al-Hakim bi Amrullah, left his palace in the capital city of Cairo. Alone, he made his way to the city gates and ventured outside, maybe to take a simple walk, maybe to meditate, no one really knows. What we do know is that Al-Hakim never returned home that night, but disappeared from history, never to be seen again. The figure of Al-Hakim bi Amrullah, already a central figure in Ismaili Shiism, would hold an even more prominent role in the religion of the Druze. Before we begin, a gentle reminder that I just released a new single or song with my project Zini. It's called Tasting, and it's a kind of a energetic, rock-oriented song, but with influences from Middle Eastern instruments and music, which is often the way that I do my music. So if you're interested in my music, then go check that song out. It's on all the streaming platforms, and it's also available on YouTube. You can find it through the link tree in my description, along with all my other socials and the places where I hang out, so to say. So thank you for your attention, and let's get back to the video. The Druze are one of the most prominent and interesting religious minorities in the Middle East. They have a long history and are connected with Islam, with ancient philosophy and esotericism and Neoplatonism, and also with Shi'i messianism and much else. There's a lot going on in this tradition. It's a community that also shows up a lot in current events and on the news, and also has done so now quite recently as of the recording of this episode. So it's high time for me, I felt, to make a new and revised episode about the Druze that's longer, that goes in more depth into the fascinating history and teachings of this religious minority. The Druze are today a quite sizable religious minority in the Middle East, numbering at around 1 million followers located primarily in the so-called Levant, in places like Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. And they have a history that stretches back at least for more than a millennium. And while they are seen and do see themselves as a distinct religious identity, their origins are essentially from, or at least deeply connected with, Islam. Specifically the Ismaili branch of Shia Islam. As most of you probably know, Islam is divided into several branches and schools of thought, the two most major in general being the Sunni and the Shia. Now, the origins of this divide boils down to a disagreement over succession after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. While the Proto-Sunni, although there wasn't a unified Sunni identity until much later, they favored certain members of the wider community of believers who became the so-called caliphs, who at least later had only a secular and political authority. The Shi'is, however, believed that both worldly and spiritual authority was passed down in Muhammad's family, specifically to his cousin and son-in-law Ali ibn Abi Talib, who was thus seen as the first so-called Imam. This title and authority of the Imam was then handed down in a patrilineal line from Ali and down this family tree. The Shi'is seem to have also developed quite early on a kind of esoteric and occult character. There were hidden secrets and deeper meanings of the Quran and Islamic religion that the regular person didn't really have access to. Instead, it was the Imams who had been given the keys to these esoteric interpretations, which are known as ta'wil, of scripture, and could teach it to his followers and thus apply the Quran's teachings properly to new times and circumstances. Shi'ism thus has a kind of inbuilt esotericism, and Ali in particular is seen as the central carrier of this esoteric and mystical knowledge from the Prophet, both by Shi'is and actually also by Sunni Sufis, who will usually trace their mystical lineages back to the Prophet through Ali. In any case, the Shi'is also eventually became divided into different branches because they disagreed on which line of specific Imams was the legitimate one. The most major split is the one between the Ithna Ashari or 12er Shi'is and the Ismailis. They both agreed on the first 5 or 6 Imams, depending on which line specific you follow, up until the famous Ja'far as-Sadiq. But then they disagreed on who his successor was. The Twelvers believe it was his youngest son, Musa al-Kazim, and they are the largest branch of Shiism today, associated with, for example, the ruling Ayatollahs in Iran. The Ismailis, on the other hand, instead believe that Jafar's rightful successor was his older son called Ismail, and they follow a line of imams that follow from Ismail, and this is also why they later become known as the Ismailis, from Ismail ibn Jafar. And while the situation today looks as such that the Twelvers are quite dominant in terms of followers, this was not necessarily always the case. Arguably, the Ismailis was the larger and more popular group during certain eras of history. I've made dedicated and long videos on both of these branches of Shiism where I dive deeper into their particular theologies and histories and the differences between them if you want to check that out. But for now, we're going to just sort of mention the basics of them quite briefly and go through a little bit about Ismailism in particular, because that's what's most important for the emergence of the Druze. The Ismailis quickly became known as being especially esoteric in nature, even compared to the rest of the Shi'is, to the point that they were often called the Batinis by others. This comes from the Arabic term batin, which means something hidden, or in other words, something esoteric, right? So they were called the esotericists because they really emphasized the hidden aspects of the Quran and of reality in general. The theology that they came to adopt was one that was deeply influenced by Neoplatonism, the late antique philosophical movement associated with figures like Plotinus and Porphyry. Now, this is a philosophical school that was widely influential in essentially all of the Islamic world, but the Ismailis adopted its teachings to an especially major degree. So what sets Shi'ism apart is primarily their doctrine of the Imams. The Imams are, as we saw, the spiritual and worldly authorities and successors to the Prophet. They have the keys and abilities to correctly interpret the true esoteric aspects of the Islamic religion, and they also have a significant role to play in a cosmic sense. There has to be an Imam present in the world at all times, and certain doctrines about the Imams give them an almost divine-like quality and significance. Even in the earliest phases of Shi'ism, there were some that took this devotion to the Imam to a degree that was seen by others as going a bit too far, essentially making the Imam to be God or something close to it. These were often known as the ghulat, or extremists, by those who would criticize them. These kinds of movements and the impulse to give certain Imams a very exalted role above any others would pop up from time to time across history, and were usually, again, referred to as the Ghulat sect, so they're like extremist sects, at least by their enemies, right? Keep that in mind. Now, the height of Ismaili influence and power arguably came in the 10th century, when they established the so-called Fatimid Empire, which was to become one of the most powerful and largest in Islamic history. The rulers of this empire were in fact the Imams of the Ismailis, and they thus played a kind of double role of Caliph Imams, something that had essentially been unheard of either before or since then. The Fatimids were a serious rival to the Proto-Sunni Abbasids, and Ismaili Shi'ism was thus a very prominent voice through the activities of the Fatid Imam Caliphs and their many missionaries around the Islamic world. And it is in this context, during the height of the Fatimid Empire, that the Druze faith has its origins. Now, the Fatimids are a quite unique and fascinating state. They become known as great patrons of the arts and sciences. Under the Fatimids, generally speaking, there was an aura of tolerance and coexistence with other religious groups like Christians and Jews, and society seems to have been relatively open and flourishing on a number of fronts. All of this was justified and based on the Ismaili interpretation of Islam that the Caliph Imams espoused and supported. But there is one Caliph Imam that stands out quite a bit among the bunch, whose reputation is very complicated and can vary dramatically depending on who you talk to. His name was Al-Hakim bi Amrullah, and he ruled the empire essentially right at the turn of the first millennium between 996 and 1021. Al-Hakim was truly a strange figure, and one whose life story is very dramatic. He ruled the empire when it was at its peak in terms of power, basically, and came to the throne when he was only 11 years old. And over the next couple of decades of his rule, we find a leader who seems very hard to pin down. One who seemingly makes very strange and drastic decisions, only to then reverse them shortly thereafter. He had an almost unprecedented number of people in the administration executed, including family members and high-ranking members of the Ismaili missionary organization. He made societal changes that were dramatic and unusual, forbidding all consumptions of alcoholic beverages in the empire. Of course, Islamic law generally forbids the consumption of alcohol, but in Islamic lands, non-Muslims generally weren't required to follow Islamic law. Right? Islamic law was something for the Muslims, and sometimes for cases of like general societal stuff, but in general, Christians follow their law, Jews follow their law, they're allowed to drink and eat pork and whatever, whereas the Muslims are not. But Al-Hakim makes this a kind of broad policy, so no one is allowed to drink alcohol. This was a bit unusual. At one point, he also forbade anyone to be seen in public at night, essentially locking the population into their homes after the Maghrib prayers. Women who had enjoyed relative freedom previously were suddenly forbidden from being seen in public at all. And like shoemakers were forbidden from making women's shoes, so they wouldn't be able to go out in public. Quite extreme. These were unprecedented policies, and both the administration, so people around him, and also the general public, seems to have outright sometimes feared the caliph because of his very unpredictable behavior and decisions. At one point, he orders that curses upon the Prophet's companions, some of the Prophet's companions, like Abu Bakr and Omar, are to be sort of plastered on the walls of mosques and other buildings, so kind of enforcing a very strict and radical Shi'i policy. But then very shortly thereafter, he has all of that removed, and then orders that anyone who talks ill of Aisha or some of those companions are to be arrested and beaten. Right, so back and forth like this. He's also infamous for many Christians around the world for a single decision that he took. In the year 1009, he ordered that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, where many Christian subjects would go on pilgrimage, be destroyed. This was also quite unprecedented for Muslim rulers, as the Quran and Islamic law is pretty clear about not destroying such religious buildings belonging to the people of the book. He also instigated much harsher persecution of Christians and Jews in the empire. They had to wear certain indications that they belonged to these groups and were limited socially. So Christians had to wear a big wooden cross around their necks. Jews had to wear a bell. They couldn't ride horses, like all those kinds of limiting policies against religious minorities. Now, for all these reasons, Al-Hakim became known by those critical of him, and like the Crusaders, for example, as the Mad Caliph, a reputation that he still holds today. But there's a different side to Al-Hakim as well. He was known as being very generous, basically granting money to anyone who asked him. He would frequently ride out into the city and speak with the population directly, laughing with them and answering requests, as well as take frequent nightly trips to the desert outside the city. He also sponsored institutes of learning and scholars, not only the so-called Majalis al-Hikmah, which was dedicated to studies of Ismaili philosophy and learning in particular, but also founded an institute called the Dar al-Ilm, the House of Wisdom in Cairo, where great scholars of different religious denominations gathered to study. It is under the rule of Al-Hakim that we see the rise and prominence of great scholars and scientists like the world-famous Ibn al-Haytham, for example. And during the last years of his rule, he indeed seems to have reversed a lot of the harsh and strange social rules that he implemented earlier, so he went back on a lot of those decisions that he made. And just to emphasize how much of a change this was, at the end of his rule, not only did he stop persecuting and oppressing Christians, for example, to that degree, he even seems to have sponsored to have the churches that he had destroyed rebuilt. So he paid for those same churches to be rebuilt again. He even seems to have, so many Christians, because of this persecution, seems to have turned to Islam and converted to Islam to avoid this persecution. And at the end of his rule, he allowed those who had converted to Islam to return to Christianity, to essentially apostatize in a sense, right? Because he understood that they had only done so under force, essentially, right? So you can see that this is a dramatic shift in his approach to ruling, and this was not just for the minorities, for women and for all these other social rules too, seems to have been dramatically reversed at the end of his life. So in other words, a truly complicated and unique figure in history, and people at that time thought so as well. The people in the empire and people around him in the administration, they were all baffled by his decisions and his behavior. It was very strange, even for a caliph, right? Even for a world leader like that at that time. His behavior was quite unusual. And this led to different interpretations. As we saw, some thought he was mad. Of course, the Ismailis, of whom he was the religious authority and leader, he was the imam of the Ismailis at the time. They, of course, argued on the basis of their imamology and theology that the imam, sometimes we cannot understand the actions of the imam because he's kind of superhuman in a sense, right? His decisions are directly divinely informed, and so sometimes go beyond our understanding, so that's how they would explain it. But there were others also at that time who seems to have taken this uniqueness of al-Hakim even further in their interpretation. Maybe partly as a result of his unique personality, some people started to see al-Hakim not only as a superhuman imam, so to say, but that he was actually divine, that he was God. We see murmurings of this quite early on, and we can find references in the writings of Ismaili scholars at the time that mention this tendency among some of al-Hakim's followers. One of the greatest Ismaili scholars and philosophers in history, Hamid al-Kirmani, was a contemporary and spent some time in Cairo during the final years of the Caliph Imam's life. And he wrote many works dedicated to the Imam and defended his character and his status. But in some places, we do see mention in his writings of a group of what he would deem to be extremists. For example, he says, "Evil thoughts were playing tricks on them and malicious insinuations circulated among them. Thus they could not perceive what plain smoke had covered them, nor what oblivious trials afflicted them. As a result, some entered upon a course of extremism and ascended even to its uppermost limit. Some turned away from religion and abandoned the preservation of the faith and its bonds." It's unclear exactly when this group who saw al-Hakim as divine appeared and what their exact relationship with the caliph was, but what is clear is that in the year 1017 is when they officially proclaimed their position and the divine status of al-Hakim. Our sources indicate that this movement had been brewing in secrecy for at least a few years before that too, and that it might have been a gradual thing, right? Beginning with simply seeing him as al-Mahdi, the kind of messianic figure who would instigate a turning point in history, and then eventually leading to a full proclamation of his divinity. So a gradual kind of process. That's at least how some scholars see it. Kais Fero says, "The exact extent of the interval between their announcement of al-Hakim as Mahdi and the proclamation of his divinity is still unknown. However, it is at this rupture point that tradition locates the origin of the Druze religion's faith, when the Ismaili messianic belief in the coming Mahdi was replaced by the final triumph of Tawheed, or Unitarianism. One of these significant factors for the movement's boost in activity and reputation around 1017 was the arrival of a figure called Hamza ibn Ali, who was to become the leader of this movement. Many scholars see Hamza as the figure who essentially clarified the doctrine of al-Hakim's divinity, and that it was he who firmly created out of the movement an entirely new quote-unquote religion, so to say, rather than just a certain interpretation of Ismaili Shi'ism. Hamza was also helped in the leadership by other figures, notably a guy called Baha'uddin as-Samuqi and a man called Muhammad ad-Darazi. The later figure was very central for the early community, especially in spreading it outside of Egypt to Lebanon, and it is likely that the name Druze derives from him, ad-Darazi. However, shortly after 1017, there seems to appear a kind of rupture within the Druze movement over how this dawah or missionary work was to be conducted. And eventually Muhammad ad-Darazi was actually executed as a heretic, maybe even by the orders of al-Hakim, the caliph himself. So after that point, and even to this day, Muhammad ad-Darazi is actually seen by the Druze as a kind of heretic and someone that is highly disliked by the faith. The relationship between the caliph and Hamza and others from this movement is unclear, in other words. Druze themselves will of course say that Hamza was al-Hakim's true da'i or missionary, and that al-Hakim thus supported the movement fully, whereas the Ismailis, as we saw from al-Kirmani for example, saw them as extremists who went against the wishes and self-image of the Imam himself. Regardless, Hamza and his companions saw the Imam as the Mahdi. The end times were fast approaching, and the appearance of Al-Hakim had instigated an entirely new period for mankind, one where the religious law, the Sharia, was abolished, instead being replaced by a pure monotheism where God was worshipped directly. After 1017, in other words, the movement that was to become the Druze faith had started in earnest, and was a significant factor during the last years of the Imam's reign. Of course, as we discovered at the beginning of this episode, all this came to an end, or maybe in the case of the Druze, it kind of began in February of 1021, when Al-Hakim mysteriously stepped out of the city gates and history at the same time. He had made it a habit to take night trips outside the city gates, in some periods even every single night. This was just one more way in which he was a quite unique ruler in terms of his behavior. And as we know, on one fateful night, he never returned from such a trip. There are many different theories and accounts about what actually happened. One of the most elaborate and famous gives us quite a lot of information. It tells us that after most of the night had already passed, Al-Hakim and two of his servants found themselves by the Qarafa cemetery by the tomb of a beer merchant called Al-Fuqa'i. There, they encountered some men from the Banu Qurra, a tribe that had a troubled relationship with the Imam Caliph. They demanded money from him, perhaps because he was known for being very generous with gifts and money. At this, he sent his two servants back to the city to fetch the money, while he remained with the strangers by the tomb. However, no one ever heard from him again. The next day, a search party was sent out, but couldn't find him. Eventually, they found his donkey, stabbed, and later also found his bloodied clothes. The Caliph thus was assumed to be dead. Now keep in mind that this is just one version of events, and the general mysterious nature of his disappearance lent itself to many different interpretations. Some simply claim that he was murdered, perhaps even at the instigation of his sister, Sitt al-Mulk, a very popular woman at that time. Others claim that he consciously left his royal life behind and wanted to live as an ascetic in the desert. Still others, specifically those devoted followers of his who already claimed his divine nature, saw this as yet another sign of his special status. Now, this was a crucial moment for the development of the Druze faith. With the ascension of Al-Hakim's son and successor to the Fatimid throne, Al-Zahir, their situation changed drastically. Al-Zahir seems to have seen the movement as heretical and persecuted them gravely, almost wiping them out from the major centers in the region. Hamza and the leaders were forced to go into hiding, and the majority of the movement that actually survived ended up in specific regions of the Levant, specifically in the mountains of Lebanon and Syria, which would continue to be their main center of activity. The Druze leaders remained in hiding for about 6 years until 1027, when the persecution seems to have waned somewhat. And after this point, they started an intense period of da'wah, or missionary activity, to spread the faith and the movement. Of course, Hamza was considered the main leader, but he also gave responsibility of this missionary work to others, primarily a figure called Baha ad-Din, known as Al-Muqtana, or the Imam's deputy. What followed was a period of 16 years when Baha ad-Din led the efforts of codifying, clarifying, and spreading the faith. Those who had survived the persecution of Al-Zahir became more unified as a distinct group, and new people joined the faith over the course of these years. This was also accomplished through the writing and compilation of texts and letters that was to make up the main quote-unquote scripture of the Druze, you could say, the so-called Rasa'il al-Hikmah, or the Epistles of Wisdom, also known as the Kitab al-Hikmah, the Book of Wisdom. This is a collection of 111 epistles gathered into 6 volumes, which contains the core teachings of the Druze faith. It's somewhat disputed exactly when these were compiled, some pointing to the 13th century, others to this initial period of the Dawah and codification, but the texts contained in the collection include claimed writings by Baha ad-Din, Hamza, and even by Al-Hakim himself. And for the most part, these texts have been inaccessible to anyone outside the religious clergy of the Druze community until very recently, as we will see. These texts are truly fascinating and often work from earlier revelation and tradition, giving it new meaning and interpretation. Indeed, the scholar Sami Suwaid argues that the Rasa'il should more accurately be seen as a literature of interpretation of earlier scriptures like the Quran, rather than a new scripture as such in itself. The last part of the Rasail, written by Baha'u'ddin himself, was composed in 1042. And only a year later, in 1043, the Dawah for the faith officially ended. From this point onward, no more missionary activity was conducted, and the community was officially sealed off. No new converts were allowed in, and they entered a kind of isolated state of secrecy, which has remained to this day. So still today, no one can convert to the Druze faith. The faith was sealed off in 1043. So what then is the Druze faith all about? What are its teachings and practices and theology now that it has been essentially made into an entirely new religion or religious tradition? Well, if you've been listening, then you've probably guessed that there is a major problem with trying to understand the Druze faith properly, which is their very esoteric and secretive nature. The faith has been sealed off, so no converts are allowed in, but also sealed off in the sense that they haven't really revealed or talked about publicly any of the teachings in the scriptures, for example, at least until very recently in history. The teachings of the faith, as expressed in the Rasail al-Hikmah, for example, have been inaccessible, not just to outsiders, but even to most Druze themselves. You see, one of the things that we do know is that the Druze community is divided into two categories. The so-called uqal, or enlightened/wise, who are sort of the initiates into the secrets, the religious elite, or perhaps the clergy, or the priests maybe, if you want to use a Christian comparison, on the one hand. And on the other hand, there are the juhal, or the ignorant, who are non-initiated lay people. Only the uqal have access to the scriptures in the Rasail and participate in the official ceremonies and prayers of the faith. It's unclear if this division existed from the very beginning of the faith, but it has at least been a very prominent thing since early on, from the very beginning. And interestingly, the uqal category has always, also from the beginning, included women and not just men. But this obviously limits us, right? If most Druze don't have access to these scriptures, for instance, the juhal, the majority of the Druze, the lay people, don't have any access to the teachings in the scriptures, that leaves very little room for the rest of us to try to understand it. Well, luckily, it is true that for the last century or so, many of these scriptures have become available to scholars for different reasons, right? So now we do have access to some of them, and many Druze intellectuals over the last century has also spoken about the faith and its teachings in an academic sense. So we're in a much better place now than we have been for most of history. We as in non-Druze people, of course. Now, with that said, of course, the Rasail and the style of the scriptures are also in themselves, in the way they speak, are quite esoteric in themselves. So it can, even though we have access to the text, they can be very inaccessible and hard to interpret without guidance from the sort of oral tradition of the uqal. So it's still a bit difficult to know for sure. But with all that in mind, what can we say at all? Well, to begin with, the Druze don't actually call themselves Druze in an official way. There is some disagreement on where this name comes from, with the most popular one being that it comes from the figure mentioned earlier, Muhammad ad-Darazi, which is interesting because of the fact that he's essentially seen as a heretic within the faith itself. But the term Druze has been used mostly by outsiders and is not used by the Druze themselves. The name that the Druze themselves use for their faith or their teaching is simply Tawheed, often translated as monotheism. Now, this is a central aspect of Islam too, and is the theological statement of God's oneness, that there is one God and that God is fundamentally one. As such, the Druze official name for themselves as a group is the Muwahidun, the professors of God's oneness, sometimes also translated as Unitarians, not to be confused with Christian Unitarianism, of course. Now, this can actually tell us quite a lot, especially if we know a little bit about Ismaili Shi'i theology, which the Druze, again, essentially grew out of. They too placed an emphasis on a very radical kind of monotheism, inspired by Neoplatonism, where God as the One is absolutely uncompromising in its apophaticism. There can be no parts to God or anything which can describe this one absolute reality. The Druze writer Abu Izz-ad-Din says, "The essence of their doctrine is a strict and uncompromising unity of the deity. the absolute oneness of the Godhead admits no attributes distinct from his essence. These formulations will be familiar to those who have studied Islamic philosophy and theology, and highlights the fact that the Druze faith and their theological principles very much arise within an Islamic and specifically Ismaili Shi'i framework and vocabulary. For example, there had long been a discussion within Islamic theology of the nature of the divine attributes. God being good and powerful and seeing and hearing are all attributes and qualities affirmed by the Quran, but what does it actually mean? So in the early Islamic context, and later on too for that matter, different theologians would argue for different interpretations. Some would read the Quran more literally as God having those attributes. Even some of the seemingly anthropomorphic statements like God having a hand would be read literally, or at least with the mantra of bila kayf, or accepting God's word in scripture without asking how. In other words, not asking how it is supposed to work, what it's actually supposed to mean, while still accepting that if God says this is the case, then we should accept that. Others, however, for example the Mu'tazila school, famously argued a different position. Their methodology was fundamentally rational, and they believed that if one wants to uphold Tawheed, or God's oneness, then we can't admit to God having attributes, because that seems to divide God into parts. There is God, and then there are a bunch of attributes that he has, thus compromising his complete oneness and unity. This goes against Tawheed to them. Instead, they argue that the attributes are identical to God's essence, not distinct from it. So according to this view, it would be incorrect to say that God has power, but more correct to say that God is power. God is seeing, God is wisdom, and all those attributes are simply one and identical to his essence. Now, eventually there appeared schools like the Ash'aris and the Maturidis who considered a kind of middle position, and these became mainstream in the Sunni world, whereas modified versions of the Mu'tazila are more common in Shi'ism. When it comes to the Ismailis in particular, they arguably went even further. They also held to a very strict and uncompromising monotheism, and influenced as they are by Neoplatonism, speak of God in radically apophatic terms. Even attributes like will, power, and knowledge can't actually be attributed to God, because they are all attributes and words used to describe humans and created beings, and God can never be similar to anything created. As the Quran says, there is nothing whatsoever like unto him. Even these terms have to be read kind of metaphorically, in other words, as pointing to perhaps something about what God is, but never getting us there fully. Or rather, in the classic apophatic fashion, it's more pointed to what God isn't. By saying that God is wise, what we are actually saying is that God certainly isn't ignorant, or that he lacks wisdom and knowledge, right? To say that he is seeing, what we mean is that he isn't blind or lacks insight into things, and so on. Ismaili theologians and philosophers went even further than this too, by also affirming the opposite. We can thus say that God is not wise, but likewise we must affirm that God is not wise, and so on. God is simply entirely beyond creaturely qualities and descriptions whatsoever. Now, because the Druze faith, in a sense, grew out of the Ismaili movement, we can be quite safe in assuming that they also retain some of those approaches to theology and God, as we saw a bit of in the previous quote from Abu Izz-ad-Din, saying that God, quote, admits no attributes distinct from his essence. Furthermore, in another classic study by Abdullah Najjar, himself a Druze as well, he actually quotes a section from the Rasail al-Hikmah that clarifies some of this theology. Quote, "Our Lord, sanctified be his name, is neither ancient nor eternal, for the two are created and he is their creator. His identity cannot be visualized by fancy or physical organ and cannot be determined by opinion or comparison. He resides in no known place, for he would then be restricted to that definite place and out of all other places. Nor can it be said that any place is outside his presence, for that implies lack of power. Nor is he first, for a first must be followed by a last, nor is he last, for a last must be preceded by a first. Nor is he visible, for that suggests invisible, nor is he invisible, for he would then be shadowed by the visible. I cannot say that he is life or soul, for he would then be like his creatures and subject to addition and subtraction." You can sense some of that apophaticism here, when the text says that he is neither first nor last, even though the Quran calls God by those names, Al-Awwal wal-Akhir, the first and the last. Or that he's supposedly not visible or invisible, despite the fact that the Quran calls him again by both terms, Al-Zahir wal-Batin, both the manifest or apparent and the hidden. What I would argue the Druze author is doing here is similar to what earlier Ismailis were doing, saying that neither category can be applied to God, since they are terms used to describe created things and thereby be bound to be other than its opposite. That is arguably precisely why God is called both first and last, both manifest and hidden, to collapse the idea that these attributes are intended in any way similar to how they are used for created things. But obviously, there is a lot more going on in the Druze teachings too. How, for example, can we square this very strict monotheism with their central doctrine that Al-Hakim himself was divine? This is a seeming paradox or question that is handled quite extensively in the epistles by writers like Hamza, who emphasizes once again the utter unknowability of God to human minds. We are forever bound and limited by our understanding of time and space, and can thus never know God as he is. And the term used for divinity in these texts is often lahut. But we can know God to some degree, or rather, he can become knowable to us through appearing in human form, nasut. Lahut, God, can become nasut, a human form, and this was the case with Al-Hakim, as well as other earlier figures in history. Importantly, the Druze scriptures clarify that this should not be understood as an incarnation of God, but rather as a manifestation or a tajalli, an epiphany of God in Arabic, a kind of image through which God, quote, brings himself closer to human understanding. It's like the image in a mirror, and the texts very clearly emphasize that this should not be confused with the idea that this human image is fully the same as God. Importantly, as I just mentioned, the Druze or Unitarians, the Muwahhidun, think that there have been other such manifestations of God in history, and thus that the followers of Tawheed or Unitarian teachings have existed since the beginning of mankind. Al-Hakim and his followers are only the most recent and perhaps final clarification of that process. Now, there is more than one similarity in these teachings with the Ismailis, and thus also with Neoplatonism. Aside from the apophaticism that we've already talked about, we can also see in the epistles that the cosmology and metaphysics take on a clearly Neoplatonic character. And this is particularly true as we look at their conception of the creation of the world and its very emanatory scheme in different stages. And these map pretty neatly onto the Neoplatonic scheme of one intellect-soul world. Hamza explains it like this in Epistle 14, quote, "He originated from his perfect or complete light, the universal intellect, al-aql al-kulli. And he originated from the light of the intellect, the true soul, al-nafs al-haqiqi. And he originated from the soul, the word, al-kalima. And he originated from the light of the word, the president, al-sabiq. And from the light of the president, the follower, al-tali. And from the light of the follower, he originated the earth and what is upon it." These five mentioned are the cosmic principles called the hudud, or spiritual dignitaries. It is an emanatory scheme from the absolute one God to this world through different stages, one could say. Now, one place where they differed from Neoplatonism and the Ismailis was that they also proposed a cosmic principle of evil, which arose out of the pride of the universal intellect, and which was known as ad-did, the adversarial, opposing principle. This gives a kind of cosmic or metaphysical origin of evil, rather than the classic Neoplatonic position of simply seeing evil as a privation of good. It's the opposite of good, it's the lack of light. Just like darkness is the lack of light, evil is the lack of God or being. In any case, another important aspect of this teaching is that just as God takes on human manifestations, such as Al-Hakim, each of these five lower principles also do. Each time or cycle there is a nasut or tajalli / manifestation of God in human form, there also appears human manifestations of these five principles to lead the teachings and propagation of Tawheed. And for the relevant cycle of Al-Hakim, these are represented by the five primary Druze da'is or missionaries. Hamza is the intellect, Ismail al-Tamimi is the nafs or soul, Salma al-Samuri is the kalima, Muhammad al-Qurayshi is al-Sabiq or the president, and Baha'uddin al-Muqtana is al-Tali. This is also the symbolic meaning of what is perhaps the most famous symbol for the Druze, a 5-pointed star with each point having a different color. Each color or point of the star represents one of the 5 cosmic principles and thus one of the 5 da'is. Human souls, according to the Druze teachings, are all created at one and the same time, and all are dependent on a body, in a sense. What this means is that upon death, the soul migrates and takes on a new body. In other words, the Druze believe in a form of reincarnation or transmigration of souls. This, of course, is another aspect that sets them apart from mainstream Islam, but at the same time, we do find in some more radical Ismaili writings the adoption of a kind of argument for reincarnation, such as in the Epistles of the Brethren of Purity. In any case, the Druze version of reincarnation is quite unique in different ways, especially for the fact that it uses this idea or this doctrine as a way of reinforcing the inner coherence of the Druze community. You see, they argue that when a human soul dies, it never goes into an animal or some other kind of creature. A human always is reborn a human. And even more particularly, when a Druze person dies, they are reborn as another Druze person. Right, so Druze souls remain within the community as they are reborn. And this also, of course, leads to the conclusion that Druze souls have always been muwahidun, always Unitarians, through all the cycles in history, whether it's during the prophetic cycle of Moses or Abraham perhaps, or Jesus or Muhammad. There is always a manifestation like Al-Hakim, and there is always Druze, or there's always muwahidun, always Unitarians, and these souls have been reborn, so they remain within the community at all times. In other words, and once again, this is a tradition that is very esoteric in nature. When interpreting scripture like the Quran, which the Jews do recognize as a kind of scripture, they believe that there is a surface reading to the text, but also a true esoteric meaning, what the esoteric Islamic tradition has termed the batin, or hidden, as opposed to the zahir, or apparent meaning. Now, Shi'is of different denominations, especially Ismailis, as well as Sufis, are known for emphasizing this hidden batin aspect, and their use of the technique known as ta'wil, or esoteric interpretation, when reading scripture. The Druze very much inherit this attitude, but take it even further. In a sense, they reject both tanzil, formal revelation, which gives the zahir or apparent meaning, and ta'wil, which gives us the batin or hidden meaning. Both of these are limited. Instead, there's an even higher level of interpretation and understanding, which is what they refer to simply as tawheed. Qais M. Fido explains that the Druze see this as divided into 3 stages of religious faith, and quotes from the Druze epistles, quote, Islam, zahir, is the door to Iman, which is the batin, and Iman is the door to the ultimate goal, which is Tawheed, the highest stage of a religion. This also, of course, means that they see themselves as distinct from all these groups and to have access to a higher, even more complete truth. The 3 categories or stages mentioned in the quote above refers to 3 different communities: the Ahl al-Zahir, the Sunnis, the Ahl al-Batin, the Twelver and Ismaili Shi'is, and lastly the Ahl al-Tawheed, which are themselves the Muwahidun. In terms of their practices, this also of course becomes quite significant. According to Druze doctrine, the ritual obligations of the Sharia that the Muslims follow is actually a kind of punishment from God for those who don't recognize the Unitarian doctrine of Tawheed as they understand it. Hence, the Druze are exempt from performing them, including the so-called 5 pillars of Islam and other practices associated with the religion. So what then do the Druze do in terms of their practices? Now, aspects of this are once again quite secretive, but the most recurring is a kind of worship service held each Thursday night in a communal building called the Khalwa, which means a retreat in Arabic. Traditionally, when Druze primarily lived in mountain villages of the Levant, each village would have one of these khalwa buildings, which served as a kind of community center. And this is still true today, it's not just historically. This is very much the case. So each Thursday, the Druze gather in this khalwa, both uqal and juhal, so the elites and the lay people, to discuss like community affairs, not just religious questions, just community affairs in general. So this is kind of, again, a kind of communal building as well as a religious one. After this first step is complete though, the juhal have to leave, and only the religious elite, the uqal, remain to perform the actual prayers, studies, and meditations, of which outsiders know very little. The religious hierarchy is thus quite clearly pronounced even in terms of these religious rituals. These leaders of the community are called shuyukh, or sheikh in singular, and the main sheikh of a particular region is referred to as the sheikh al-aql. Another important and significant practice within the Druze faith is visiting the tombs of great prophets or important figures. These visits or pilgrimages are referred to, just like in Sufism, as a ziyara, which literally means a visit. Some of the most important of these tombs, or maqams, so-called, are the Maqam Nabi Ayyub, the tomb of the prophet Job in Lebanon, and especially the Maqam of the prophet Shu'aib, which is believed to be in Hittin in what is today Israel. This tomb of Shu'aib is often visited especially during one of the great holidays or festivals of the Druze calendar, Eid al-Adha. This holiday obviously shares its name with the Muslim festival of sacrifice, but is quite different in the Druze faith. During the 10 days leading up to this day, Druze will enter a period of repentance. They will gather together to sing and tell stories of the world's creation and sacred history. And on the actual day, there will be celebrations, families visiting each other, food and sweets will be enjoyed, and often money and gifts will be given to charity. And of course, as we mentioned, many will also take the opportunity to go visit the maqam or tomb of the prophet Shu'aib. And then, of course, as with most religious traditions, there's also a huge emphasis on different celebrations at different important stages in a life cycle. So like birth, maybe name-giving, marriage, and death, funeral, with various practices associated with each of these. In a general sense, in terms of the principles and teachings of the faith and its practices, there is no clear formulation like the 5 pillars of Sunni Islam or the 7 principles of some Shi'i schools. But Fido states, quote, "Instead of the 7 Da'im Taklifiyya, the ritual pillars, the Druze faith substituted 7 Unitarian principles. 1. Truthfulness. 2. Mutual aid. 3. Abandoning previous worships. 4. Renunciation of belief inconsistent with Tawheed. 5. Belief that the doctrine of unity was preached in every age. 6. Resignation with satisfaction to whatever God does. And 7. Submission to his will." However, H.C. Hirschberg, in an article from 1982, gives another 7 principles central to the faith as proclaimed by Hamza in the Rasail. Quote, "Instead of the 5 duties, Hamza proclaimed Ash-Shurut as-Sab'a, the 7 duties incumbent upon the Druzes. 1. Recognition of al-Hakim and strict adherence to monotheism. 2. Negation of all non-Druze tenets.